Good morning and welcome to the 2023 UK Tag Nationals taking place at Richmond Athletic Association, a surprisingly sunny Saturday in May, and the first game of the day sees West London Mixed Open, West London Wolves playing the newbies, Edinburgh North Highlanders, and it's West London with first use of the ball, breaking now into Edinburgh's half. The roll ball as they work their way to the left. But a good tag there by Lani Lassman, captain of this Edinburgh Mixed Open side, holds West London. They make it up 10 metres now from the Edinburgh line. And again, working centre field. There is an option to the left if they get it through the hands, and the referee just checking the pass was not forward. It wasn't. The score comes for West London, and it is Doug Seal over on that left-hand side. The 1 point score and an early lead for West London. And alongside me, I'm Will Shepherd. Alongside me, I've got Carl Duckles, National Licence Manager for Tag Rugby. Carl, tell us a little bit about Edinburgh and how they came about as a franchise.
Hi Will, and hi everybody. It's very exciting to have Edinburgh here this year. They started running leagues up there last year. We generally don't have them enter the Nationals in their first year and get them in the second year. So yeah, they're now up to 41 teams in their second year. It's great to have some Scottish representation. Unfortunately they were under the cosh there straight from the off, but now ball in hands, hopefully they can settle some of the nerves making that first appearance in the Nationals.
First commentator's curse of the day, Carl, as you said, that knocked on by Edinburgh North, so West London will take possession. Ian Naylor goes for the quick tap, there was no marker there, and tagged by Anne Taylor as he works his way further into the Edinburgh half. That's Jill DeToit caught there, and West London will keep playing to the right-hand side. And yeah, you mentioned, Carl, TTR licences don't usually enter Nationals in their first year. Not only has Edinburgh entered, they were going to put in a mixed team, this one that we see here. And that's a penalty for offside to West London. Not only this mixed team, but a men's open team. And then we had a regional tournament in Manchester at the start of March. And from that, Edinburgh were able to assemble a women's open team as well. So teams in 3 of the 4 categories at this tournament. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's the first year we've done some regional tournaments. So we had a Northern and Scottish regional tournament up in Manchester in March, like you say, and then we also had a Southern regional tournament in February for the Southern teams. Edinburgh were one of the regions that really impressed up in the Northern one. Like you say, they sent a women's team. I'll let you come in there, Will, because we've got a score.
We have so West London with their second score of the day, and it's the second 1-pointer. And this time it's Rory Muse that has gone over. Real threat, Rory, with the running that he brings to this West London side. Often very, very difficult to tag, as many players from around London will know from a first-hand basis. So a good try from West London. Puts them 2 points in the lead now. Now, our first look at Edinburgh North this morning also allows us to say hello to an old friend. Edinburgh mixed player coach Anne Taylor, who is wearing number 8 and currently standing on the sideline for Edinburgh, worked with us at Tag Rugby and represented Great Britain in 2019. As Edinburgh worked the ball over to the left here, looking more promising than they've done so far, getting towards halfway, but ball passed, and he's only got 1 tag on. Penalty for Edinburgh, though, and a new set of 6. And moved back to Scotland in early 2020. It's fantastic to see her back on the elite tag stage, but also, and this break here is going to lead almost to a score. A last-ditch tag by West London. I will return to what I was saying in just a second, but a real chance here for Edinburgh. Tagged, unfortunately, there just in front of the box. They do have an overlap if they go all the way to the right, and they fire it over to their number 9, Olivia Murray, and she gets the first score for an Edinburgh side at the UK Tag Nationals. A historic moment for the region and really wonderful for them. 2-2 now, with that being a female try in mixed.
Brilliant break there, down the middle, got the tag, but they then kept the composure and got it out wide and got in the corner. Brilliant hands.
So as I was saying, seeing Anne on the pitch also allows us to reflect and to pay tribute to her partner, Siobhan Cadogan, who sadly died in 2021, aged just 26. Siobhan had represented Scotland 19 times on the international stage, during which time she suffered 2 head injuries in the space of 14 months, which caused a catastrophic deterioration in Siobhan's health, before, in her parents' words, she ultimately succumbed to an irrational thought and impulsive action. In order to pay tribute to the memory of a wonderful person and talented player, and to raise awareness of head injuries to avoid others going through what Siobhan, her family and Anne have had to experience, an 8th-minute standing ovation was organised by Scottish rugby supporters during last year's autumn internationals. That continued into this year's Six Nations, and we want to continue it here as well. So in the 8th minute of this match, we will stop commentating as everyone pitchside here joins in a minute applause in Siobhan's memory. We invite all of you watching along at home to join in with this as well, to remember Siobhan. In the meantime, it is West London back in possession and in Edinburgh territory. And now just 7 metres out from that Edinburgh line, working the ball over to the right. There was the opening scorer, Doug Seal. Feeling the gap was closed on him slightly as Anne Taylor made the tag. A bit of a loose pass there, and it allows Edinburgh to rush up in defence, and really scrappy now. The referee's got a little bit to sort out.
I think he's given a knock on to Edinburgh there, so that'll reset the tackle count, or the tag count. They'll do well to hold out here.
Well, they have done well. A lovely tag on that far side. That would have been a 2-point score for West London. Posso loses his footing as he goes through the gap, and
I think he's given closing
the gap. So it is a penalty. West London do need to take it back to the 10-metre marker. And close to closing the gap again there. They've got to be careful, Edinburgh. They do not want penalties to build up on their own line as Posso twists his hip, slides his way through sideways, and West London back into a lead. 3-2 now, the margin. And alongside us for this match, we do have Cam Fisher, who represented West London and a lovely tribute there to Siobhan Cadogan, and a moment to remember her family and Anne as well, and everything they've had to go through the last couple of years. Lovely to see. Hopefully you were able to notice it on the live stream. All of the players from the various different regions not playing in this first match who came across the far side of the pitch to join in with that standing ovation. As I was saying, alongside us, we've got Cam Fisher, who represented West London last year, was due to represent them again this year, but unfortunately, Cam, you've recently suffered an injury in GB training.
Yeah, not ideal. Was looking forward to this tournament, especially after we won it last year, but it's great to see new team in Edinburgh down here and playing some lovely tag already as well.
Yeah, really close game already. Looked like West London might have the advantage with the opening couple of scores, but Edinburgh have pegged them back. How well do you think the mixed team are going to go today?
Well, from the early start, they look like they're doing well. I play with quite a few of them in London leagues and stuff, and I know they've got some very strong players in there, so I feel they can become quite a threat. They've got quite a few GB players in the team, so hopefully, they can get a few games, get the cobwebs out, they can sort of start gelling towards the latter stages.
Absolutely, yeah. You mentioned a couple of GB players being in the side. Who would you say would be your ones to watch for this one, for the viewers watching along at home?
So I know you've got Jill DeToit, who plays for the mixed, who I also play with. She's made a couple of early breaks.
And it's Ian Naylor now with a break, another of the GB players in this West London side, also a mixed seniors teammate of Jill DeToit. Lovely interception, gets him into the Edinburgh half, but unfortunately the play breaks down there for West London and Edinburgh take back over. Sorry, Cam, you were saying about Jill DeToit?
I think commentators cursed it was her who actually dropped the pass there, who turned the ball over. But yeah, she's really improved in the last sort of year playing. I play with her every Wednesday, and yeah, really has improved. Great line running now and a real effective sort of strike runner. So I think you've seen that early couple of breaks as well. So hopefully I can use her to her full potential.
Yeah, you feel in a game like this where it's so close between both sides, it often comes down to that player or a couple of players that can break a game open, as we're seeing here. Wonderful half break and a kick into the corner. It just beats both Ian and Anne to the line. And it's West London that will be the beneficiary, scooping it up. Naylor taking it over to the 10-metre marker for the roll ball. And West London with a set of 6, which they need to use to play themselves out of their own half here.
So it was Phil Clements there with the break for Edinburgh. He made a break earlier on that led to the first try for Edinburgh. Edinburgh got a bit of pressure here, see what they can do. Oh, Phil Clements again trying to go through there.
Just tagged at the last. Edinburgh very close to the line now, and often this can be a bit challenging when you get so close because the defence, unlike the rest of the place, they're not 7 metres back, they're that much closer to you and right in your face. And we see that as the West London captain Rocky Garcia picks up the loose ball, and that's well dispatched there. Doug Steele sticking a hand out to take the ball. He's tagged though by Olivia Murray, Edinburgh's try scorer. Garcia tagged by Taylor, and here's Muse. And interceptions nearly both ways, but that's been knocked forwards by Edinburgh, so it's another set of 6 for West London as Garcia managed to catch the ball bouncing in the air and gain a good few metres off it. Seal twists the hips and arcs round Durham in defence and will go over for another score for himself. And Edinburgh now 2 points behind. West London 4, Edinburgh 2.
Yeah, that was really good by Doug. I identified a mismatch, saw some space, and yeah, put the foot down, and then great footwork at the end to beat the guy one-on-one and score. Makes it a tough comeback now for Edinburgh, but they've already shown that they can play wide and their girls can score good tries, which, you know, as I've already alluded to, is worth 2 points. So it's still everything to play for, I feel.
Yeah, you say tough to come back, Cam. I mean, these games in Tag Nationals are only 20 minutes long. Of course, a normal tag game is 40 minutes. How does that change the mindset as a player, knowing that you've got a half-length game? Yeah,
I feel like, it makes it much more difficult to sort of play. You can't have a quick, sometimes you get a bit frantic, you can't have a quick 5-minute, turn around chat with the coaches or anything. So you've got to almost figure it out yourselves and self-coach. We had it last year in the final. We went 2-0 down and managed to come back and win 3-2 in a final score by Russ Reed in the corner, which was great. But it was very much sort of had to figure things out on our own terms, and really were struggling with it for a long time. So it'll be interesting how Edinburgh go as a new team to this sort of format.
Yeah, just 6.5 minutes left for them to find the 3 points that they need to go ahead in this game for the first time. And it's shipped over to the left-hand side, and the kick is just going to beat the chasing attacker to the line. That's Niall Anderson wearing the number 17 jersey, a late call-up. And it was a good option. It nearly worked for him. But, of course, in tag rugby, when the ball has crossed the line, the next thing it hits, other than an attacker, if it hits a defender or it hits the ground, the ball is dead. And in that case, it hit the ground and is dead as Naylor receives a pass from Tanak, gallops down the left wing, and he looks to have injured his wrist there as he's tried to step around the outside. He's not happy with the contact. A bit of a disagreement between him and Elliot Higgins.
Just coming in there, Will, and just picking up on the shorter game lengths. One thing that's interesting about Edinburgh, although it's a new area, it is actually a core of players that have played elsewhere in the country. So that's what we're tending to find now when we start up new licence areas. Because of as we spread around the UK, there are people who've moved to those areas, having previously played in London or elsewhere around the country. And can form a basis. So we've actually got, obviously we mentioned Anne earlier. Anne's actually on the Great Britain team, so hopefully she's imparting some of her knowledge. And there's a few of us from the Dragons teams down in London that have since moved up to Edinburgh, Lana and James Williams as well.
A chance here for Edinburgh after the ball was dropped by West London. They did dive on it, Edinburgh. Possibly against the new rules. A drop ball should be the attacking team that dives on it, but the referee has allowed play on. And Edinburgh now working their way up towards the midpoint of the pitch. Just avoiding the contact there, Chris Griffiths. The kick comes from Farrelly. She was looking for a 50-10 as she stood on halfway. It doesn't go out. West London with 3.5 minutes left in the game. 4.5 minutes left in the game, sorry. Have the chance to just slow this one down. They want to complete a set of 6 and then get the ball up the pitch, and this is only going to help them. A new set of 6 with a penalty given to them. Muse taking a second.
Yeah, I was about to say, with such little time left on the clock, West London really just need to go through, make sure they use their full set of 6, and Edinburgh just really can't afford to give away another penalty because they're going to get stuck, have to go the full length of the pitch, and then that will be very difficult. And as I say that, West London do exactly what they didn't need to do and give away a penalty in a fresh set for Edinburgh on the halfway.
It seems every time you say something, Cam, we have a change of possession. So huge chance for Edinburgh now. There is time for more than one score. So they don't need to rush this. They've got possession. They've got 5 more tags left in this set. Oh, nearly a break by Nick Durham, who had an incredible tournament at that Northern and Scottish regional tournament in March. Really shone there, especially in their match against Manchester, which was an incredibly close contest and one that will be interesting to see the result of later on. But right now it's West London Edinburgh's focused on, and their try line. And as Carly Hess tried to weave her way through the defence, contact was made, and it's adjudged to be West London at fault. So again, set of 6, 10 metres out, Edinburgh.
So there's still time on the clock. They just need to keep the heads here from an Edinburgh point of view.
Muse rushing up in defence from West London to peg Edinburgh back, and it's a good pick up from Preston there, from Higgins, sorry.
Oh,
they are through in the corner, and it is another 2-point try as well. That is Lucy Preston for Edinburgh North. Levels the game with just 2.5 minutes to go.
One of the really impressive things from Edinburgh is they've really done well at shifting the ball out wide, and again in at the corner there. They got in for the first try in at the corner as well. Makes the scores level. Minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. A try in each corner, and of course, just 2 tries for Edinburgh to West London's 3. But points-wise, with the female try rule, means that Edinburgh are level on points.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to see how wide Edinburgh have been playing. Both their female tries coming right in the corner, really stretching the defence. It's been lovely to see.
So Edinburgh needing to hold out this West London set now, and a missed tag on Seal is not going to help. He's made a huge amount of ground there into Edinburgh's half. Appealing for the penalty, the closing the gap call is given. So Taylor will need to come back into the defensive line. She's just checking what the referee wants. Just about a minute left in this one. Both teams looking for the winning score. This game can end in a draw. In the knockout games, it would be West London that would take the win here, having scored the opening try. But Edinburgh with the interception, and Taylor on the move over halfway and nearly escaping Tannock there. That would have been a huge result. But it was final play, and we have a draw in our first match of the day. Edinburgh North Highlanders 4, West London Wolves 4. Cam, I'm going to come to you from West London. Your thoughts on that? West London would have gone into this as the favourites.
Yeah, I think most people, I don't know what people are expecting from Edinburgh. I know I'm about to go watch our men's play, and we don't know what to expect. We're counting ourselves as favourites, but also a bit nervous. And seeing that performance by Edinburgh, it's definitely was very impressive against a very, as I said already, a very experienced West London side who maybe took them a bit for granted. I don't know.
Could well have done. I mean, there's definitely something in the water north of the border. Edinburgh can be really pleased with that. And Carl, as national licence manager for Tag Rugby, what does that mean to you to see the newest licence for Tag Rugby turn up and get a result like that in their first ever game?
Oh, that's fantastic, Will. Yeah, I mean, obviously it wasn't a win, but I think Edinburgh first game draw against West London, you'd probably take that, and they can hopefully build from there. But yeah, those who were at the regional tournament in Manchester saw how good they were there. I've been up to Edinburgh a couple of times myself, and you can, the level of play is for a new area has been really impressive, and again they've just shown that there.
Yeah, given the added emotion in that match with the 8th minute ovation for Siobhan Cadogan, I think Edinburgh could have been excused if emotion had got the better of them and they'd struggled to get back into that game after the opening scores from West London. So real maturity and really cool heads from them to be able to hold out and get a draw there. So Cam may well join us later if West London make it through to the finals, but we do have a rotating cast of co-commentators with me today, so that we've got an insight from each of the regions as they play. Carl, I'm sure, will be back as well, but we thank Carl and Cam for their insight in that game. And the next one that we're bringing you, we shift our focus to the men's open competition, Yorkshire Roses and Thames Valley Titans. Okay, so you can hear the support increasing already, those loud voices. You may not be surprised to hear if you've been following Tag Rugby for a while, or if you've ever taken a trip north of the Watford Gap. Those loud cheers are coming from the Yorkshire players and supporters. And alongside me, I've got Bobby Donville, who runs the operations up in Yorkshire. First opportunity for us to see the White Roses on the main pitch, and it's the men's side that we're getting a look at. How do you think they're going to go, Bobby?
Yeah, pretty well, I think. We've had a lot of players in this team are quite experienced now. We've played for the last 4 or 5 years. We've also got a couple of new recruits as well, so it'll be interesting to see how they get on.
Yeah, you mentioned a couple of the new recruits. We have the biggest mercenary in Tag Rugby, I would possibly argue, representing his third region today in just 3 tournaments. Marcus Lampkin, originally from the Thames Valley region, played for them in 2021, then moved over to represent South London last year as this game gets underway, and now playing for Yorkshire. So what does a signing like that do for a side?
Yeah, it's been great. I think he's recently moved up to Leeds. I think he goes to uni in Leeds, so he's been playing in our Super League up in Yarnbury in Leeds, so yeah, it's been great to have him around the team, and obviously he's got experience at GB level as well, which really helps.
And an ideal start for Yorkshire as Alex Ryan breaks through. They obviously lost the toss, that's why they were kicking off, but it went dead over the line. Thames Valley had to drop the ball out back to Yorkshire. Ryan caught it on the full, and they are just 10 metres from the Thames Valley line with 4 tags left in the set, and there's a lovely score.
That was Robbie Kirkwood going over for Yorkshire's first try.
Is this Robbie Kirkwood's first year representing Yorkshire, Bobby?
Yes, it is. He's a keen tag player. He's played for a number of years. He actually plays in our Bingley League, lives in Keighley. But this is the first time he's represented Yorkshire. But it's been another good addition to the squad. Great tag there from Johnny Dudley.
And with Thames Valley taking possession, now is a good time to bring in our other co-commentator for this match, Mark Petridge, who has a huge involvement in almost every aspect of tag in the Thames Valley region. Mark, how did you first get involved?
Coaches, and we set up with the Rams Coach Potatoes. Fruit of our hard work is on the pitch today with 3 of the
I know from my involvement with Great Britain.
Yeah, so there's 3 of the boys. The youngest professionals, and we have Izzy as well, Izzy Bruton, who's today I'm looking forward to seeing the 3 here. So we've got Cam, who's on Finn and Theo, who will who had a cracking season at Colts, and hopefully we'll be able to emulate it today.
Well, Thames Valley looking good here. The kick was put in behind the Yorkshire defence, and it was Yorkshire's try scorer Kirkwood who tried to gather it, put a foot in touch, gave Thames Valley possession back inside Yorkshire territory. The first couple of tags of the set, they gained a good bit of ground, but Yorkshire now regaining their composure in defence and just holding Thames Valley back outside that 10-metre marker. A loose pass there is scooped up and shipped back inside to James Alden, but it's forwards, and it's it's Yorkshire. Too many blues. Yorkshire that will take over now, and then they get the tap and working over to the left-hand side through Alex Ryan. You might have heard a name called there on the substitution. It's Paul McCullough, who any viewers joining us from Ireland will recognise as Andy Harkins breaks through. The missed tag on him. Just 10 metres out now, and it is Paulie that picks up the ball and goes with it. The long looping pass only to the feet of Alex Ryan, though, and the play breaks down before Yorkshire get the score. But Bobby, I was just going to bring you in on Paulie McCullough. Not only Marcus Lampkin that's moved up to the Yorkshire region and been able to be eligible for this Yorkshire Men's Open side, but also Paul McCullough, Ireland Men's Open captain.
Yeah, Paulie moved up probably the start of the year. He's been playing at our Super League venue as well in Yorkshire since then. So, like I said, another great addition to the team. And a former Ireland captain. I think he might still be Ireland captain. So, yeah, great addition.
He also starred in the Tag Rugby Spring Tournament at King's House back at the start of April, representing Cuzzies that day, who got to the final to face the all-conquering Turtles. They'd done the hat-trick last year, winning all 3 major TTR tournaments in London, Spring, Tagfest and Autumn. They'd won every tournament they'd entered. It's the tag made on Harkins. every tournament they'd entered since COVID, but it was Cuzzies that won through this man, Paul McCullough, as he dives for the box and will get the 2-point score for Yorkshire. He got 2 tries in that spring tournament final, and it was a 2-0 win for Cuzzies. He gets the second try for Yorkshire today and moves them 3 points ahead of Thames Valley.
It was a great left foot step. He's pretty well known for that left foot step and then dive into the box. Great 2-point score.
Yeah, and those dives can be really crucial, obviously brought in to TTR leagues around the country from the spring season of this year as we brought ourselves more in line with the international rulebook. And a claim of crossing there will go against Thames Valley just when they needed their attack to build, and so Yorkshire take over with possession and territory, and it's Lampkin against his old teammates, tries to twist the hips and get through. And a lovely pass out, and it will be a third try for Yorkshire, a second try for Robbie Kirkwood. 4-0 now. Mark, not the opening 6 minutes Thames Valley will have wanted. How do they need? What have they got to do to stop this rot and get back on top?
Yeah, I mean, we're expecting a tough game today against Yorkshire, but we need to get the hold of the ball a bit more, and then be able to play and show the skills that we have in pace in the youngsters and the skills in some of the more mature, more experienced players. At the minute, the sound combinations aren't really working, but I'm sure it's only initial nerves. And there we go, another Yorkshire 2-pointer.
We hope it's only initial nerves, but there's the Yorkshire captain, Rob Chance, that spins over and gets the score just inside the box, Bobby.
Yeah, great ball there from Cal Lister. He's one of the players that's played in this Yorkshire team for a number of years. Really experienced now at this level. So yeah, great start for Yorkshire so far.
4 tries, 2 of them in the box. 6 points the lead with only 7 minutes played. Thames Valley, when they have had the ball inside the Yorkshire half, have looked good. So they need to work their way through this set of 6, get some field position and see what they can build from there. The last couple of minutes, it's just been errors that have given Yorkshire possession on possession. And Yorkshire have managed to take those chances when they've come. And Mark, I see Yorkshire have some support in the stands here, but obviously Thames Valley, the closest region to London. Have we got a number of travelling fans today?
Yeah, there should be several coming down. Several players that are in the initial squad that are now injured that couldn't make it today, so they'll be coming along to cheer all the teams on. And hopefully, once the games are settled, they can come and watch other teams play and make some noise.
The twist of the hips, Yorkshire up to halfway, the switch with Harkins, representative of Great Britain Men's Open. He nearly had the pace to get to the box, but it was a wonderful tag by Ian Hucklesby, just getting back there to stop another box try, but Lampkin spins through backwards. It's a 1-point score, 7-0 Yorkshire now.
Yeah, it was a great initial break from Alex Ryan then to put Andy Harkins through, and then the quick roll the ball just caught Thames Valley a bit off guard. So great score again. Marcus Lampkin, the one we spoke about earlier, scoring his first try for Yorkshire.
What's tough there, Bobby, is Thames Valley, they essentially did everything we were saying. They held on to the ball for the best part of their set of 6. They got some field position, and then Yorkshire, straight from the roll ball on a changeover, have gone and scored. There's not much you can do when you keep conceding tries that quickly.
No, and Yorkshire, I mean, they look good in attack. They also look pretty solid in defence as well. We saw Dan Waters on that last set make a really good tag on the far side to us here. So yeah, not too much luck for Thames Valley yet, but I'm sure they'll grow into the game.
Well, they have the penalty here, and there's going to go straight back against them. Unfortunately there, Chris Staines having won a penalty, runs straight into Kirkwood, and Yorkshire take over, and Ryan with the ball on this right-hand side. Two of the Ryans in this side, Matt and Alex. It's Alex wearing number 7, Matt wearing number 10. I believe their dad, Paul Ryan, is he representing the men's 40s today?
He is, yeah. So we've got the dad and the 2 sons here today.
Well, and speaking of families, that's not the only power family within the Tag Rugby community, as Lampkin once again makes a break, bit of a stutter step, trying to find options. And we'll come back to the family side of things in just a second, as Yorkshire work the ball well through the hands. It's Chance again, his second score of the game, another point for Yorkshire, 8-0 now.
Yeah, really good try there through the hands. Great handling by Yorkshire. And then Rob Chance just throws a dummy, which he's pretty famous for up in our Leeds leagues, and then scores in the corner.
What's great to see is how calm it was. It was broken play once Marcus Lampkin made that break around halfway. But all the Yorkshire players kept their heads, calm running, calm passing, simple stuff through the hands, and it gets them to score.
Yeah, I'd like to think we're pretty well drilled up in Yorkshire. We take training quite seriously. We've been doing 2 weeks on, 1 week off since about Christmas time. So they've had a lot of experience playing together.
The Great Britain Tag Rugby model, 2 on, 1 off. If it's working this well for Yorkshire, let's hope it works just as well for Great Britain when we see them in action on the 24th of June at King's House Sports Ground for the British and Irish Cup, and then between the 2nd and the 5th of August at the University of Limerick for the Tag World Cup, the first one in 5 years. Thames Valley back on the ball and gives us an opportunity to go back to what we're saying about family. You mentioned one of the players to watch on this Thames Valley men's open side, Mark, was a young lad called Theo. What's Theo's last name?
He happens to be my son, so it's Theo Petridge. Yeah, he's come along really well this season, both at Colton and at Tag, and he's loving it. And the family aspect is a key element for Tag Rugby in Thames Valley. So we have a brother and sister combo as well, with Marcus playing for Yorkshire and his sisters playing with the Thames Valley team in the women's competition, I think. So there are several elements of this, and it extends to father and sons and mothers playing as well during the league's fixtures.
On that point, you've had the opportunity to share a tag pitch with Theo, haven't you?
Yeah, no, we play together on a Monday night. We play. I tend to turn up and drive him there mainly.
But that's something that probably it realistically wouldn't have been able to be achieved on a rugby union field, but it's the kind of thing that Tag Rugby does give fathers and sons and mothers and daughters and all sorts of bits of family the opportunity to play together that they might not have had in contact rugby. Very
much. I mean, I just love it, really, being out there on a Monday with him and enjoying like today, being here with the Thames Valley teams, and hopefully he goes to better things as well with looking at GB, what can be done. Wonderful play. Paulie McCullough puts in the kick. It just slowed down as it sat up for Andy Harkins. He had to double back, but he did well. Good, calm temperament on the ball. Pops it back to McCullough, and McCullough is over again for another score.
Yeah, great awareness there from Paulie as well, having put the kick through to then support Andy, which was quite a hard pop pass, as he said. The ball kicked up on him a little bit, but he managed to get that ball away back to Paulie, and Paulie goes over for a point.
Right.
Just speaking of family, and just a shout out, I think we're the only region here who has a dad and daughter combination. And Thames Valley as well, yeah. So we have
the interception for Yorkshire, and this is going to be a box try. Wonderful piece of opportunist play from Johnny Dudley. Yorkshire moved to 11.
Yeah, great try there. Johnny Dudley going over. I think this is his first year in this men's team. So going over for his first try for Yorkshire.
So who are those respective pairs
just
in
a
Yorkshire
shout
and Thames
out
Valley?
To Andrew Barraclough, who I just watched play in the previous game for the over 40s, and Millie, who's playing in the women's team today.
Yeah, similar with Thames Valley, we have Izzy Bruton in the mixed team, and her dad Richard is playing in the men's over 40s.
Yeah, it's great to see so many families involved, and West London with an opportunity, certainly in the women's, to get to the final. We may well see mother and daughter Kat Lindsay and Jade Walker playing together for West London Women's Open. Jade's brother Reese also involved for West London, and there's the interception, and it is Johnny Dudley again, and this is a box try.
Almost a mirror image of the previous try, wasn't it? Good interception from Johnny there, and then it was straight through, clear run to the box.
Yeah, exactly the same thing, only this time a point better for Yorkshire with him getting inside that bonus box. Yorkshire completely in control of this game, and with 4 minutes remaining, it's just a question of how many scores ahead they can get. Mark, Thames Valley, just for the confidence for the rest of the day, they really are going to want to get at least a score on the board in this one.
Yeah, it'd be nice for their recognition of the hard work they're putting in. I've seen there's been a couple of mistakes, but it's nothing major. We knew that this Yorkshire team is one of the strongest and favourites. I mean, we have lent him our best player, so...
He's coming back then, you say lent. You've heard it here first. Mark Petridge is calling Marcus Lampkin home to Thames Valley. Bobby does not look like Yorkshire is going to let Marcus go. But it's Thames Valley now with a nice little kick. Well dealt with by Yorkshire, though.
Yeah, that was Cam Wingate. Again, he played in our men's second team last year up in Leeds, so he's running his debut in their first team today.
And then penalty for Yorkshire. Thames Valley closing the gap, just eases the pressure on them as Matt Ryan takes it up beyond Yorkshire's 10-metre marker. Kirkwood breaks through, he's on a hat-trick, looks to step the sweeper, but a really good job done there by Finlay Ivory. Dave Wilkinson, bit of miscommunication with the supporting runners. He thought they'd be somewhere else, so he ends up being tagged, and a lovely kick by Callum Lister. The little fake pass and then chips it through, but it just beats him to the line. And Yorkshire having the opportunity with a 13-point buffer to just try some things.
Yeah, we see him do that kick quite a lot up in Yorkshire. It does sometimes work for him as well. It almost worked there as well. I thought the ball was just going to pop up as it bounced just before the line, but not quite.
Seen him do it from first-hand perspective, Bobby. Has he beaten you with that kick before?
I retired from tag for a number of years, so I've actually just got back into it last season. So no, I haven't played against Cal yet.
Well, now you've had a view of that kick from this angle. Hopefully it's something that won't deceive you when you do finally come up against him. Thames Valley breaking down this right-hand side, keeping the ball alive. Ryan with the interception just as the attack was building, but still Thames Valley can do something with it here. The steps from Rounce, a loose pass, and it is going to be Yorkshire ball. Lost forwards by Thames Valley. Just over a minute remaining, and possibly that Thames Valley's last chance to score, as the sweeper this time is stood up by Robbie Kirkwood, who does get his hat-trick. 14 points up for Yorkshire.
Yeah, he's quick down that wing, is Robbie Kirkwood, and he's got a good step on him as well. So, got past the fullback that time, in for his hat-trick on his debut. So, great performance so far by Robbie Kirkwood.
Yeah, he can be chuffed with that. Let's hope he doesn't think all of Tag Nationals is going to be this easy. It will get progressively harder as the day goes on, especially if we get to see Yorkshire feature in the latter stages in the knockouts, where we could see a revival of the rivalry they've got with East London. Both of the last two tournaments have had terrific matchups between Yorkshire Men's Open and East London Men's Open, Bobby.
Yeah, we've been pretty close in previous years to winning it. We've got to the final a couple of times. They've got the better of us, but in these short games, in these 20-minute games, anything can happen. So it just hasn't quite gone our way so far, but hopefully this year can be different.
Yes, we're still waiting for our first non-London winner of a Tag Nationals category. I would certainly love to see it happen. It could well be Yorkshire. Certainly of these two teams, they look the best place to go on and do that. But Thames Valley, this wasn't the result they wanted, Mark.
No, the result...
How do they bounce back from this?
No, the result's a reflection on the strength of Yorkshire. It shouldn't diminish anyway what the players... we've got plenty of game time today, and we're certainly... we can look forward to Yorkshire, so always a bit disappointing, high level score, but congratulations to Yorkshire.
Opportunity for both of you to come back later on if we see Thames Valley and Yorkshire feature again on the live stream. Mark, we would tip to go furthest in the competition from the Thames Valley region.
The mixed team gets along. They've got some talented players, but I think our best bet for today is
obviously men's board for Yorkshire, can't it?
Yeah, I think so. We've put in four. Training hard, so hopefully that'll translate to results on the pitch.
Sheffield Women's Open. Bobby, while you're still home, why are we now background of how the Sheffield area of Tri-Tag Yorkshire came about?
Sheffield's been a relatively new addition in the past couple of years, but they've been going from strength to strength. They've gained some really good experience last year, and they're excited.
Sheffield.
Huh? You want me a slow replay?
Sheffield.
I can't blame you.
As we wait for.
Tag Rugby is a modified version of the game. Anybody 14 plus can get involved, and Tag Rugby can be played by people of all fitness levels and sporting abilities. You can play one 40-minute game each week, and there's no training, so it's great for fitting into a busy lifestyle. Tag Rugby is a 7-a-side mixed men's or women's formatted game. Mixed teams have 4 male and 3 female players on the pitch during a game. Teams have substitutions, and there's no limit to how often you make changes. Games are generally played on a pitch measuring 70 metres by 45 metres, approximately half the size of a normal rugby league pitch. Each player wears shorts with Velcro patches on the sides where coloured tags are attached. The game begins with a kick-off from the halfway line. Much like the standard game of rugby league, attacking players attempt to score tries, while defending players try to prevent them from scoring by tagging them with the removal of their tag. The attacking team has 6 plays to try and score or get as far down
and
London.
So it's really nice to see a brand new team come.
Middle. London and it is a ball. Already.
training sessions. Something to see also a little bit of diversification from Yorkshire as well. So like seeing Sheffield, because as you said, some of the Sheffield players have played for Yorkshire before, so it's nice to have.
Certainly come a time where we see more splintering off between the different cities and different areas of Yorkshire, similarly to how we have in London with the north, south, east and west sides.
Yeah, that sounds really good. It would be great to see some more diversification and even more teams at these big events. I'm sure that would make fixture running really difficult for you though.
If that did happen, and say for example we had Leeds, we had Bradford and we had Sheffield, is Sheffield going to come out on top of those three?
Oh, absolutely. Yorkshire rely on a combination of players from all over the region.
And it's South London that will get the score here through Kendall. Another box score, another 2 points. Sarah Jackson down the left wing, and she made contact. It's a bit of an accidental trip with the Sheffield player. Number 4 there, but I've not got number 4 on my sheet. Do you know who that is, Matt? No, sorry, number 14 actually. It was me misreading it. Morgan Wright it was that made the contact. Both players getting back to their feet. They don't look to be too badly injured from that one, thankfully. As South London move to a 7-0 lead now with that box try there.
Got Pip Bright there, number 9, just receiving the ball and onward pass to Marsh. Pip usually gets it right. She's also one of our new referees in the Sheffield Leagues. She's learning the trade of refereeing at the minute and has even been in some Super League as well, which has been really great to see.
So unfortunate there, just as the attack was building. Pilkington thinking about the next action before the ball was fully in her hands. But South London may have just returned the favour for Sheffield. And so the northern side here managing to escape just as the South London attack started to build. They really need to put together a full set of 6 here, work their way up into a promising position. Still looking down this left-hand side. Now, while it's Sheffield's first time playing on the Tag Nationals pitch, a huge pass over to the right and unfortunately just lost forwards. South London take over through Megan Davids, managing to loop and curve round a couple of defenders there, and Snowden shipping the ball in field now to Hawkins. And it's gone loose, but it will be South London that maintain possession. Hawkins over the ball. Taps, goes herself. She had Pilgrim outside her. Sheffield managing to hold out. And even gaining a bit of ground there as they tag B in. Hawkins to Snowden. Dives for the box. Try is awarded.
Absolute fabulous dive there from London.
Yeah, you can tell that is something that the side has been working on, and Snowden, especially in training both for South London and for GB. The ability to dive for a try like that, so crucial in a tight game. In this one, though, it takes South London out to 9 points ahead of Sheffield. So a bit more of a margin here. And as I was saying before, possession switched back to South London. Sheffield's first time at Tag Nationals, but not the first time for these players getting to wear their kit and represent their region. We had the Northern and Scottish tournament in Manchester at the start of March. Were the two of you able to be involved on that day?
I was sadly on holiday with my mum celebrating her 60th birthday. So unfortunately I couldn't make it. So actually the first time I've worn my kit is today. So it's been really good to rep the kit-ish. But Amy was there, weren't you, Amy?
Absolutely. And Matt, I think you actually wore the kit on holiday.
That's so true. So true. I wore it down to the breakfast buffet.
And we could be about to see Sheffield's first score. That was Polly Roberts, the captain, breaking through and getting just about 5 metres short of the line.
Absolutely. Nice to see Roberts trying to rob London of a try.
Still going to the left-hand side, still using Roberts. Very narrow though, Sheffield. If they were able to spread over to this right-hand side, there were huge gaps, a little bit of indecision in centre field, and South London take advantage of it, pushing Sheffield back with the tag. Lots of screaming coming from both sides, subs boxes.
Nice to hear the shouting from Sheffield. They've been working on their comms quite hard.
Unfortunately, the attack wrapping up 6 tags and no score for Sheffield, but that's the most promising signs of the game we've had from them so far, and that'll give them encouragement.
Absolutely. Good to see them having a little bit of confidence and trying to push it forward as they can.
Snowden, a nice break. Good linking play with Millie Ross, who's still going. And then selflessly handing the ball off for yet another South London score. And it is Kate Merson this time that gets the try. And there we see the perfectly timed pass just before she was tagged. Merson then goes over in the box. 2 more points to the South London score. 11-0. So the ideal kickoff from South London there. It goes dead over Sheffield's line, meaning they have to drop it out. But then the most perfect dropout you can get. It's
Absolutely.
Gone 10, it's bounced back into Sheffield's hands.
Perfect collection from Marsh there. She didn't get stuck in the marsh, that's for sure.
Excellent work from you there, Matt. But yeah, beautiful spinning ball on the dropout. And I'm sure that's something that a lot of players will now be trying to train to replicate. That kick not quite going far enough and into the dangerous hands of Saunders.
Cracking tag from number 8 there. That's
Alexandra Lee.
That's the one. Surveyor from Sheffield. Let's hope she surveys the pitch and manages to get it a little bit further forward.
Wonderful hands from Sophie Bean, just managing to keep possession for South London, and Pilgrim times that pass well. Not so well that it beats the Sheffield defence. Oh, SJ just trying to get round on the loop and loses her footing. Another attack.
Here we
breaks down. Sheffield take over, and with the broken play, they could take advantage here. Pilgrim with the tag. So, Matt, you wore the kit on holiday, but Amy, you did get to wear the kit on the pitch and represent Sheffield in the regional tournament.
Absolutely, it was a great day out. Sheffield really made a show for themselves. I know it was new to a lot of the players, and actually on the pitch today we have a lot of players that have only been playing for a very short time, so inexperienced, but they're definitely doing their thing today.
Yeah, well, against the significant experience levels of this South London side, you would expect the score to be going the way it is.
Exactly. There's a big difference in there. South London have showed themselves every year, really. So I think we've got a lot of work to do, but they've definitely been working on the speed at the rack as one thing, as the Sheffield team, and then picking up those kicks as well, which they've already shown today to be pretty proficient at.
Yeah, there's certainly been promising signs for this Sheffield side. And they'll look to keep this attack flowing. Fortunately, that roll ball, you were talking about the speed of the roll ball, that one was a little bit slower. It did allow South London to get themselves set. But with the frantic nature of the game we've seen so far and 14 minutes played, it's not surprising that perhaps the players are getting a little bit tired and that roll ball process is taking that bit longer. South London now, 35 metres to go. Snowden finds Ross. Ross has the Sheffield Sea open up in front of her, and she's able to go over for another score. 12-0 now to South London. And second try of the game for Millie Ross. Great restart by South London. No let up in their attack, no let up in their try scoring. It's another one from Kendall. Sorry, it's actually another one from Kate Merson, not from Alice Kendall. 13th point on the board. Good pace off the mark there from Charlesworth after she was patient waiting for that bouncing ball to come into her arms. Here's Roberts, spilt backwards. Matthews has to clear it up. The pick and go from Morgan Wright. It is tagged by Davids. And we have seen this a little bit from Sheffield, just sort of getting bogged down in one area of the field and only managing to get one or two passes off the ruck. And it just makes it that bit easier for South London to defend.
Absolutely. I think they need to play a little bit more confidently and ship it out a bit more wide, and they probably have a little bit more progress. They seem to get it over to that left quite a lot and make some progress.
Well, they've got two good opportunities here. They first got a new set of 6 because they kicked the ball. South London had played at it and Sheffield picked it back up. And then they got another penalty for offside, which takes them just up to halfway. Pilgrim with the tag for South London. Again, working this right-hand side, Sheffield, and can see the idea in the attack there, but just wasn't quite expected by the supporting runner. Lost forward, South London take over again. Ross finds Davids. Steps inside, she's beaten 2. Finds Snowden, over to the far side, and it's Merson once again.
A cracking tag from Sheffield there, though, just catching them before the line.
Yeah, we've seen Merson go over twice already, so Sheffield alive to the dangers, and David's just losing that ball forwards.
An unusual mistake from London there.
Yeah, so well drilled, this South London side. You wouldn't necessarily expect to see them lose the ball there, but at 13-0, they will be just trying a few things and giving themselves a bit of confidence that certain plays that maybe haven't come off in training can actually work in a match as they look ahead to the remaining stages of this competition. Sarah Jackson with the tap. The fake pump.
And almost worked as well. She was almost straight through there.
Yeah, she's a talented player with huge amounts of experience. And that showed with the calmness she had on the ball as she's involved again. Over to the right-hand side. Bean looking for the diving try, but she was tagged. Jackson to Snowden. Well-weighted ball to Ross, to Sophia Prout. And over goes the player coach in the left-hand corner.
Joe Veach coming on for Sheffield here. One of our more experienced players, been playing quite some time now.
And have you found since the Sheffield region was announced for Tag Nationals, have you found that there's a bit more interest in the Sheffield area of people actually coming in and playing that hadn't been playing before?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had some taster sessions recently that have gone really well. Some excellent new attendance at those, and there was kind of a few more people signed up to the Nationals trials than expected. I think it really shows Sheffield's commitment to tag to see so many people at trials, and actually quite a competitive selection process for teams, essentially starting in a new region.
So this one comes to an end with a final score of 14-0, second 14-0 in a row that we've seen. And this time it's the Yorkshire side on the wrong end of that scoreline, having seen Yorkshire Men's Open beat Thames Valley 14-0. We see Sheffield full 14-0 to South London Seals. We've seen the Women's Open side here, but as you mentioned earlier on, we've sides from Sheffield in Mixed Open and in Men's Open as well. How do you expect those two sides to go today?
I really hope that the mixed and the men's will give some teams a run for their money. We'd really hope to see them getting through to the second phase of play in the afternoon. If we manage that, I think everybody will go home really chuffed. But really today we're looking for a bit of enjoyment, looking for see if we can bring a little bit of competition, but ultimately let's see what we can do as a first side for a first region.
Brilliant. Thank you for joining us, Matt and Amy. Hopefully we might see you later if Sheffield make it through to one of the knockout games. But enjoy your day, and I hope you're both back on the field before too long.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was a great game.
Okay, so our attention now returns to the mixed competition. And the second time that we will see a Thames Valley side on the pitch. And they will be facing Coventry and Warwickshire. First opportunity for us to see them today. And alongside me for this one, I will have Alan Robinson, one of the licensees from the Coventry region. Those of you that tuned in 2022 may well remember the Aussie tones of Troy Perkins joining us on commentary for that one. Alan is his better looking colleague from the Coventry region, and he will be with us in just a second as we move into that match.
Green and black are Titans, I can say on the back of their shirts. Orange and black are Barcy. They're in orange and black, Blue City.
So we're back to Mixed Open, and we have Thames Valley Titans and Coventry and Warwickshire Hurricanes in this one. These sides met at the end of February in the regional tournament that took place at Oxford. That was for the Midland and Southern teams that we will see here today. Alongside me, as I mentioned, we have Alan Robinson from Coventry. Alan, who are the players for us to watch in this Coventry side?
We've got a number of players here. We've got Megan Lewis, who's been involved in the Great Britain setup. Alicia Ahmed as well there, just at the back. So hopefully, yeah, it should be an exciting game.
Yeah, Alicia Ahmed, she's captain as well as the play, as well as being involved in some of the coaching for Coventry.
Yeah, she's a real mainstay player there in our leagues in Leamington, and plays in a number of teams actually. But I think her involvement with Great Britain's obviously helped raise the standard of some of the teams she's played in, and as a coach, it's brought some great knowledge.
As Thames Valley with the first break, and the pass over to the right hand side, and it will be the opening score for the team in green, and it is Jacob Rouse who gets it. 1 point up for Thames Valley.
Yeah, they just caught them short there on the right hand side with a nice urgent quick play of the ball.
Josh Eade, who has been involved in the Great Britain Mixed Open setup this year, stands over the ball for the restart, kicks it long and deep into that right hand corner, where it is picked up by Gruel for Coventry and Warwickshire. Good hands there from Manley, keeps this play moving. And this is Ahmed, captain, on the ball. Beats the first tag, makes it to halfway. A nice miss pass there, and Hanlon just manages to dance around the outside of Towers from Thames Valley. She does make the tag, and Towers is one of a number of women involved in Great Britain's first ever women's 35 side that will be heading to the World Cup this August. As the kick comes in from Coventry, but well dealt with by Thames Valley, and it's Ogilvie that runs it out now. They stay working on the lefts before switching it back to the right. Good hands there, keeping this moving, and now a nice run from Wilson deep into Coventry territory before Ahmed makes the tag. We've got the full team lined up to the left hand side. Here's Eade. Good work rate from Ogilvie to get back round to the left hand side, but then the play breaks down and Coventry will escape. Still just a 1 point between these two sides. Good twisting of the hips from Hanlon there. Again beating the first defender. And perhaps a bit of a rivalry developing between these two regions, Alan, after they played at the regional tournament.
Yeah, it was a great tournament up in Oxford a couple of months ago. I think it really helped both teams, certainly Coventry and Warwickshire, play at that standard and give them a little bit of a taste before the Nationals. But you can see certainly from this game so far, the ball's been in play. There's not really been many mistakes. The Thames Valley team defensively, I think, have been very, very good. But both teams are making yards. And as we said, it seems Thames Valley seem to be picking the space a little bit better.
Yeah, but that's a good last set from Coventry. Bearing in mind they started on their own 10-metre line. They made it to the equivalent point in Thames Valley's half. And that's really what they've got to be doing is actually stringing together full sets if they want to give themselves the opportunity to get into scoring positions. Oh, just gets away without the interception there. And again, for Thames Valley, they'll be frustrated as their attack builds to see it break down like that and to find themselves on defence. This time, Coventry take over possession a little bit further up the field. Hanlon, we've seen him already as a strike runner on the first couple of tags. Now, Alan, yourself, you're involved with Coventry Rugby League. Are there many players in the Coventry sides or the Coventry leagues, in fact, that have been involved in rugby league and then made the transition over to tag?
Yeah, we've had a number of players in our 40s team today. Actually, the head coach of Coventry Bears plays in the Coventry and Warwickshire over 40s team. We've got a number of players actually here that have been involved in the club and in coaching or as juniors. Callum Manley is actually a Leamington Royals player as well. Has played a bit of open age rugby league. Steve Pahal in this team has been involved as a community coach and is a teacher in Coventry. So has a great love for the game. So it's good to see. Obviously, when it comes to playing at this level, it's great to have a little bit of extra experience.
Yeah, so I was going to say, what does that game experience, game understanding from rugby league, what would you say that adds to a tag rugby player's repertoire?
Certainly the understanding, to keep hold of the ball, completion of sets, a little bit of shape and structure, and not making mistakes. Just as I say that, they drop the ball.
Don't worry, Alan, you're not the first co-commentator to come on today and make a key point like that just as a play breaks down. Seems to be a bit of a trend emerging, but it means that Thames Valley do take over after we've seen two promising sets from Coventry. Thames Valley with the opportunity now to extend their lead, and this is a lovely run and still going. Beautiful try from Thames Valley, coming from not much really. They just they turned over possession inside their own half, created a gap, and have gone the length of the field for a 2-point score.
What Thames Valley have been, I think, done very well here so far is they're making the Coventry and Warwickshire team make repeat efforts in defence. They're just working the middle of the field really well. They're coming back inside, and just on that edge, they find some real good space there on that right edge. They find it now a couple of times, and I think Coventry and Warwickshire need to just tidy up a little bit in their defence.
I'm afraid I can't bring you the name of that try scorer. There have been a few late changes to the Thames Valley mixed open side amongst some of their other sides due to injury. Unfortunately, we don't have a number 6 named on the sheet here as Megan Lewis breaks away for Coventry. An opportunity for them to strike back. And Alan, you did mention her being one of the threats in this side. It would be great to see her or Alicia Ahmed manage to get a score at this point. A 2-point would bring Thames Valley's lead down to 1 point. Thames Valley, of course, now on 3. The last one being a female try and a 2-pointer.
Yeah, they've just been awarded a repeat set there, so the pressure's starting to pile on a little bit. Let's see if they can score off the back of it.
Good field position. Maybe not quite what Middle was wanting, and so he does try and work that right hand side, but the ball spilt forward by Pahal. Luckily for Coventry though, they do get a third chance here. The tag coming in from Tommy Hill. Huge amounts of space on the left-hand side. Megan Lewis goes route 1. She is tagged, and still Coventry working this right-hand side. The beautiful dive comes in, but the boot was up in the air, and I think it's clipped the face of Tommy Hill, and it will be a penalty against Coventry. A lack of control in the dive, as aesthetically pleasing as it might have looked, will count against Coventry. That could have been a crucial score, and Alan, I can see the frustration for you. You were able to see from our position the acres of space over on that open side, unfortunately not able to be used by the players on the pitch.
Right idea, but poorly executed there. I think this is a crucial time now. Thames Valley hold the ball here and come out strongly and complete this set. They're going to pile up a little bit more pressure. We've got to, Coventry and Warwickshire really got to defend well here.
So for those of you joining us for the first time for the UK Tag Nationals, just a quick rundown of the categories we've got in the tournament. We started off in 2018 with just a mixed category, as Thames Valley progressed to fifth and final in this set. And it's Josh Eade throws the interception, and this is going to be a score surely for Coventry. Does he have the legs? No, he doesn't. Eddie Hanlon, he realised he wasn't going to make it. He tried to step back inside, lost his footing. Now Coventry with the opportunity, and Manly unfortunately not able to keep control of that ball just as the chance was there on the left hand side. Thames Valley escape and preserved their 3-point lead. So we started with just mixed in 2018. In 2019 expanded to include the Women's Open and Men's Open as well. In 2022 last year, as Thames Valley with the kick through, and it's well gathered by Seb Wilson, and he will go through for the box try. He did have control of the ball before, spilling it forwards after he grounded it, but that is crucial for Thames Valley and really a momentum sapper for Coventry, Alan. Just as they were looking to break open that Thames Valley defence, they had a great chance to score, and suddenly it's 2 points in the other direction.
Yeah, it's a, you know, it just goes to show you can't lose your concentration. You got to hold the ball. We made a great break there, made a good 40 metres. Really, if we'd have had the urgency and the push in attack and pushed up with the player that made the break, I think they'd have finished an easy try there. But you know, the fatigue's starting to set in now. We're getting into the game, and you know, it was a real. And Callum Manley's made a break again. Hopefully, we can get a bit of momentum back.
Yeah, Manley looking like a real danger man for this Coventry side. 2 successive breaks there. This one took him just short of halfway as his captain then takes them into Thames Valley territory. It's Manley on the ball again, and not for the first time we see him lose his feet. Both tags still on, but when your knees down on the ground with a defender in tagging distance, it counts as a tag, and that's Gruel now on the left-hand side. Coventry keeping this ball alive. Quick roll balls, but they maybe need to ship the ball a bit wider. Manley having to grab that one from just behind him and maybe over trying on the pass that eventually found its way to Megan Lewis. And the changeover, and again, Alan, a promising attack for Coventry coming to nothing.
Just good defence from Thames Valley. You know, they've been very composed, I think, in attack and defence. Defensively, though, they hold their line, they move up together really well. You know, and they just keep their composure, and you know, really, obviously you can see that the Coventry and Warwickshire team are sort of trying to chase the game a little bit now. They've just got to keep their composure, but Thames Valley are doing that really well. They're making the breaks. So they've made another break right through the middle here.
Yeah, and it's Ogilvie again. We've seen him make a break already in this game, but that was further down the field. This one, he gets the maximum 2 points that he could score. He was looking for his female teammate to see whether she would be able to receive his pass and get over into the box herself. That would have been 3 points. As it is, it's just a 2, but that means an imposing 7-0 lead now for Thames Valley. Not for lack of trying from Coventry, but just execution sometimes escaping them. And as you say, that composed and calm defence from Thames Valley really aiding them in their efforts to get to the lead that they've built.
We just want to see a little bit of character now, and Alicia's made it a nice break through the middle. Hopefully she can finish it off.
Yeah, beats 2 there before Tommy Hill tracked back and made the tag. Options both sides. They decide to go right. It is Perhal on the ball and manages to find right. She beats 1, beats 2, and she will go over in the corner. Referee Dom Collingwood just checking he's happy with that one. But Rye was in field. Both tags still on, and a 2-point score for Coventry. Just reward for their efforts in attack, Alan.
Yeah, just good, you know, a little bit of good awareness there. Came back on the inside, just caught them with their tired legs, and, you know, it's great to see her going over there in the right-hand corner.
And that came from the break by Ahmed, who then follows it up with a wonderful restart that couldn't be taken by Towers. Rational Rider, try scorer, rolls the ball, and Pahal involved again, and here goes Ahmed, but a beautiful tag made by Bruton. The ball still alive here. Coventry, everything over to the right-hand side. That time, no mistakes made by Manley. Does make the catch, keeps the ball in hand.
They've just got to move the ball into space a little bit quicker if they're gonna outwit this Thames Valley defence.
Ahmed diving for the line, but correct decision. No try. Her knee was down before the line, so she has to go back and roll it again. Manley not able to avoid the tag there, and which was taken by Seb Wilson. Thames Valley see this set out. And that kick there managed to be picked up by Ogilvie. He's having a very strong game, Ogilvie. And just about flat enough. The advantage played for the late tag, and it sees Seb Wilson go over for a box score.
That was a great line by Seb Wilson there. You know, they put them in a position defensively where, you know, it was really, really difficult for them to tag him. He ran a good hard line back inside, but was quick enough just to skip and turn his hip. Another great try by Thames Valley.
Try from Wilson, number 9, brings up Thames Valley to 9 points. As the restart is kicked deep. Devonish managing to catch that awkwardly bouncing ball.
Just want to see them pick up the pace a little bit now and get that urgency back. You know, I think they've got it in them, the Coventry and Warwickshire team. They've got the players. It's just getting a little bit of consistency with the ball, and see if they can break. They've made another break here, so hopefully we can make something of it.
Well-timed run from Manley to make sure he stayed behind Pahal, and this time he does keep his feet and beats 2 defenders with the dive for the line. Collingwood just making his decision, and he does give the try. Manley, sorry, Hanlon with fantastic effort there to go over and get that score. Coventry's second try, their 3rd point.
Gives a little bit of pride back to the team. You know, like as I was saying there, they just need to keep that consistency with the ball. You know, if they keep the ball in their hands and they push together, that's what they did here on this right-hand side. They made a nice break, and again this time he executed that little dive really well and gave the defenders no chance to touch him.
Nice deep kick from Devonish. Thames Valley inside their own 10. Eade goes for the little kick. It doesn't work for him. Devonish spills it, but backwards. So Coventry, it looked like Coventry were going to get possession, but Collingwood has awarded it to Thames Valley. And we're inside the final minute of the game here as Bruton beats a couple of defenders. 10 metres short of halfway now, Thames Valley. Eade in motion. Lovely bit of play. The no-look pass back inside. Tommy Hill, he'd been on the outside shoulder, switched to the inside, through for the box try. 2 more points to Thames Valley. 11-3 the score now. And a comprehensive win by the team in green and black.
Just back on the inside there, we caught the lazy defence coming back in the middle. I still think we've got a lot to take from this game, from a Coventry and Warwickshire perspective. You know, we've got a couple of players there as well, just to mention Millie Robinson. She's only 16, and she's been fantastic in our leagues and and in the last couple of games. We just need to keep building, and I think we're making breaks. We just need to follow them up and execute that little bit better.
And talking of which, we see Hanlon, who's been a star for Coventry in this game, and not for the first time linking up with Pahal, who does go over for the final score in this one, which means it will be Thames Valley 11 and Coventry and Warwickshire Hurricanes 4 at the conclusion of this mixed open contest. And a lovely note to end on, Alan, for Coventry. Like we were saying, lots of positives to take from this match as they go through the rest of the competition, but especially nice when you get to end on a try.
Yeah, I think they deserved that. They worked hard for it. Thames Valley's composure was excellent. Some of the lines there and some of the push they had, they really executed some of their players very, very well. They kept the ball in play, and again, those box tries are so hard and demoralising when you get scored against. But nice to finish on a strong note. We'll keep moving forward. We'll keep progressing, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you for joining us for this one, Alan. We will look forward to hearing your voice again on commentary when we get to the men's 40s match, the last game of Phase 1, North London Nighthawks against Coventry and Warwickshire Hurricanes. That'll be the first men's 40s game we'll be bringing you on a live stream at 2:20. Thank you, Alan. So next up, it's back to the men's open competition and South London Seals on the pitch again. This time against Tag SA UK. So back in 2021, we had a couple of invitational sides in the tournament coming from South Africa, or UK-based South Africa side, and we have them once again this year in the men's competition and the mixed open competition. So very shortly we will be bringing you that men's open game.
If you see it, just shout up the right. No, don't worry. Don't worry. You're doing a good job. Thank you.
Okay, so the two sides lining up now on this beautiful pitch that we've got laid out in front of us at Richmond Athletic Association. And I'm pleased to say for this one, I'm joined by JC from Tag SA UK to give us an insight on their players, and Flo Hodgson-Tuck, who was going to be involved for South London Men's Open today until he came down with an injury. So JC, first of all from you, what can we expect from this Tag SA side?
It's hard to say at this point, to be honest. So this team has been sort of thrown together from the guys who were too young to play mixed seniors, the guys who didn't quite make the cuts, and a few other guys who we play with socially. So it's a lot of players who've got experience individually, but in terms of the team cohesion, it's sort of coming together as you see it in front of you.
And how many of these players are likely to be heading to the World Cup in August to represent SA?
It'll be 3 of them. So Ian Butter in number 21, Gav Sterling, who's wearing number 2, I believe, and I think we've got on the sidelines Rainier Varcastle, but he's maybe not at this point. So mostly not B players who are going to be representing at the top level.
And an encouraging start from South London after kicking off, managing to gain possession, and a diving try is awarded by Matt Walker, the referee, and over. So we've had a last minute change coming over from the mixed open side. Flo's just trying to remember the surname, but it's certainly Charlie that's come over from mixed open for South London into the men's open side due to a late injury. And speaking of injuries, Flo, that's why you're up here rather than down on the ground.
Yes, as a lot of people know, I do usually get injured around the GB time, as the amount of running we do sort of spikes. But yeah, just a bit of a back issue. Had it for the last 2 months. Looking likely I'll train tomorrow with the GB. I just didn't think playing a one-day comp would be the best introduction.
Yeah, possibly a bit too much too soon, as Angus Lawson's taken a bit of a knock there and thrown down onto the ground. He does look to be in some discomfort, hands on his head, but hopefully we'll see him back on his feet and back in the game. But it is going to be South London possession. And the ball in the hands of George Gamlin. So yeah, Flo, we got bigger fish to fry on the horizon. I mean, obviously Tag Nationals is a hugely important tournament at the elite level of Tag Rugby in this country, but it's a very special year, this one. You mentioned training with GB men's 30s. You got the B&I coming up at the end of June, and then as Mike Bloom breaks through, and it will be South London's second score. And it is Bloom who scores for that one. So South London now into a 3-0 lead. The box try first up from Charlie, and then Charlie Coulthard. Flo's got the name. And now the single pointer from Mike Bloom. Yeah, the British and Irish Cup coming up, but then the first World Cup in 5 years takes place in Limerick in August. Flo, what does that mean to a player to have that on their horizon?
I think it's very special. Obviously, it's a World Cup. It's the pinnacle of the sport. It's an opportunity to play some of the best players in the world that come from Australia more often than not, just because of the amount they play. But 5 years is a long time. We've been there was a lot of the players, I think, from the last World Cup after that came back, renewed vigour and energy to sort of get back into it, and we've had to wait a good 5 years for it. Lots of new people into it. Really excited, actually, to be honest, to go to Ireland and go and play.
Beryl here managing to beat 2 defenders before he loses his footing just inside the SA half. Farrell now on the ball, another representative from Great Britain Mixed Seniors. We've seen a few on the first team pitch today. Ball lost forwards there by South London. And SA with a good opportunity now. And as I say that, it's their turn to lose the ball forwards. Farrell takes over. And Walker just making sure that the defensive line is set before he allows South London to play. And it's Coulthard, the opening scorer in this one, who takes the ball up on the right-hand side. Farrell waiting at first receiver. Into the tag goes Malivoire. And Gareth Roach, a teammate of Flo's in the Great Britain men's 30s side. Lovely line there from Gamlin, and he will go through, and it will be another box score. South London out to a 5-0 lead now. So Flo was saying about how long it's been since the last World Cup and how many players of a hugely high standard will get to see at that World Cup. But that 5 years has allowed Tag, both in SA and then with the sides based over here, to develop and reach new heights. JC, what are you looking forward to at the World Cup from a South African perspective?
Well, first and foremost, it's a chance we'll be taking multiple squads to a World Cup for the first time. So last time, it's going to be pulled back from a long way back, sadly, for Richard. So we went last time with just a men's team in 2018, I believe the last World Cup was. And when we came back from that, there was a big debrief in SA. We decided, well, what's the next step for Tag in South Africa? How do we grow this? And the big talking point to come out of that was to essentially use the diaspora, the South Africans living overseas in other countries, and bring them into the Tag program. And so the first one was set up in London because of the huge number of South Africans living over here, based mostly in southwest London, where with the Clapham leagues, etc. And so in 2019 we've been training a squad out of Clapham, which is providing sort of the spine of the mixed seniors to go to Ireland later in the year, and a few other players for other squads.
Yeah, so the standard of that South African side developing year on year since it's been set up. But there were a few of the Great Britain players that were lucky enough to go down to Cape Town last December and play some test matches there against the South African Mixed Open and Men's Open side. Both teams that Stuart McConnell assembled down there with the help of Gilbert Modrau put up a fantastic fight, and the men's side even managed to get a draw. They lost every previous game by just a 1 point margin to Great Britain Men's Open, which might not sound great initially, but when you think of the level of that Men's Open side and the experience within it, to be within a point in every game and then to get a draw was a fantastic set of results, and hopefully a really good springboard for those sides going into the World Cup this year.
Yeah, certainly. So I was gutted to miss out on it myself, but I only have school holidays off, sadly, as a teacher, so it wasn't available to me. But it was lovely to watch the live stream, and to be within 1 point of an outfit like GB, who have got several players with a few dozen caps between them, to be pushing them all the way and then get a draw at the end is a great indication of how far we've come since the last World Cup.
Absolutely, as we see Bloom just take a moment to get back to his feet. So relentless waves of attack from South London. The ball now in the hands of big Jamie Hutchings, the captain of this side. But South Africa do see the set out. The score remains at 5-0, and Walker just bringing the mark forward to the 10-metre line. And South Africa looking over to the right-hand side. But they've got an overlap on the left here if they get the ball over. Just left behind. Bloom wants the ball back in South London's hands for the quick play. Hutchings looks to his left, sees how big a pass he would need to throw, and sensibly decides against it. Left behind there. And both sides just making a couple of errors in their last sets that they are going to need to cut out. Hutchings with the defensive tag. This is a lovely break here. And JC, feel free to chime in with any names. The numbers I've been given for the team sheet don't match up with the numbers on the backs of the players, so I don't want to be calling the wrong names. So
that's right, a bit of our attacking side, but basically the reason for that is the squad has been assembled from a few different directions, as I explained, with players who miss out on the mixed seniors, players who play socially, and players who are going to be playing men's open. So we've just sort of been fighting this in the last few days only, and the shirts we were wearing had the numbers ironed on at about 11 p.m. last night. So you'd be forgiven for not knowing who is who at this point. But you currently got Richard Lee on the ball here, who's one of our guys who's in and around the fringes, and Lucky Lorenzo's taken over the tap penalty here.
And number 13, who got that great break.
Number 13 is Big Dave McKenna. So some of the GB players will know him from his performance with the South African Men's Open last year at Ireland for the ITF. He sadly has ruled himself out of selection for this year's World Cup. We're very sad to miss him, but as you can see, he still makes an impact for us when he's around.
Yeah, it was a wonderful break, and this certainly South Africa's best chance of the game as they look for their opening score midway through this match. Quick hands. And over to the left-hand side, but Johnny Beryl with the last-ditch tag.
Finally stringing a few phases together and sort of looking out to play out a set for almost the first time in the game. And the benefit of that is clearly the position we find ourselves at this point in the series.
And Lourenco picks it up, and there is space on that right-hand side. Price is going to have to get across well in defence, as it is South African player losing his feet. They are working hard to stretch the South Londoners, both left and right, but it's Gareth Roach who picks up that loose ball and does really well to come away from it. Still going, finds teammate Bloom, and it will be Bloom that will streak away for a score in the corner. Flo, he's got some serious pace.
Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to train with Bloom here across many GB teams over the many years, and I'm sure he won't mind me saying he's come on leaps and bounds in the last couple of years. He's really taken. He's a sponge for knowledge. He'll always ask, and he's gotten very quick, very agile. I'm sure a lot of people here have been fallen victim to one of his steps.
Yeah, great low centre of gravity allowed him to weave his way through the defenders there to bring up South London's 6th point. And the perfect restart really from South Africa, from South London, in terms of forcing South Africa to have to kick back at them. The first attempt not taken properly, so Walker asking Tag SA UK to take it again. And the Seals through George Gamlin, protecting that ball as it was a short restart. Farrell and Roach linking up. It's a good tag on Gamlin there. Lawson not able to find a way through. Farrell catching that ball over his head, and it's James Carmichael.
So Thompson's on the break here. He's looking for support around him. He's going to be run down from the sides. Ian Borter comes up to play scrum half and puts Richard Lee away on the near side. South London, you see, have managed to reorganise in the time it took the players to catch up, and they're fairly well set in defence now, so you have to do all the work all over again. McKenna making half a break.
Looking to twist the hips and get through, but Lawson equal to it. There is an overlap on the right-hand side, but so quick in defence. Roach shuts down the opportunity, and Price on the turn. Here. Yeah, it's a good idea, but just a little bit heavy on the kick. It didn't quite sit up on the bounce.
There was no real threat of a run there as well, so you see Pricey just sort of step back a bit and be looking for that kick through. I mean, he was always in control of it.
So, South London continue to keep a clean sheet. Oh, and a nice spin and break coming here from Malivois. Still going. No one able to lay a hand on his tag. And that might be because in the decision of Matt Walker, he did fend against the defenders. So, Tag SA with the tap just inside their own half. The miss pass and the loop, and here we go. This is an opportunity, but unfortunately he's well in touch. It is slightly confusing with the blue lines painted on the field when you're playing on a rugby pitch and you're used to the width of that, and unfortunately counting against South Africa just as the attack was building nicely. JC. So Hutchings takes the first settle for South London. And they work it back to the right. Nice step by Gamlin. He's looking really dangerous now and decides to go for the safe eruption and ensure the 1 point score. South London 7, South Africa nothing.
Yeah, I think the South London boys look to be taking advantage of a little bit of fatigue in the middle. Just one or two defenders looking a bit tired, and there's some players in this South London team that can really expose you with their footwork, and we saw that from Gamlin there.
Yeah, some lovely running from various players on that South London side in attack, and it's Malabar just only moments before, and then Gamlin who manages to get the score. So South Africa, they've really got to work hard here to make sure they get on the scoreboard 3/4 of the way through the match. And just some loose passing when they really want to be building some composure and consistency, JC.
Yeah, you're seeing now sort of the consequence of having defended and being forced to track sideways for most of the game. We don't have the stats in front of us, but South London has been holding onto the ball much more consistently, and defending just wears you out that much more because you have to have all 8 players active. And if you're in attack, you can take a few with just 4 players working the opposition. But you can tell from the look of and the body language at the moment that South African players have had to be sort of on their feet and active pretty much the entire game so far, and that's starting to tell in terms of the skills errors.
Coulthard making the most of his opportunity, recalled into one of the tournament sides for the Seals, having originally been with mixed, and Roach now having a strong game. Been involved a lot for the Seals. Coulthard manages to get the pass away. We've not seen Price in attack yet, as he comes in off his wing into centre field. A nice run, gains about 15 metres for the Seals. Hutchings just waits on his pass to find Bloomy, but the tag made by South Africa. Walker just explaining to the players what he wants to see. Bit of a disagreement between him and Bloom here, or clarification being sought. It is still going to be Seals' ball though. And Bloom with a lovely step. Equal in defence though, South Africa. Seals going left of the box. Roach looping round. But that's Lourenco who is able to make the tag.
Long levers from Luciano Lorenzo. Doesn't even get that close to the player, but he's got that much stretch on him, he can pretty much get there. He has, however, walked away from that contact with 1 tag of each colour, so he was trying to get away from the ball for the meantime.
Yeah, I'm sure that's accidental rather than gamesmanship, but if Gareth Roach gets the ball here, and he doesn't need to because Bloom goes over and scores just outside the box for 1 more point added to the Seals total, taking them now to 8-0. But yeah, Lourenco and Roach just realising they've each got a tag of their own and swapping back over. And I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, Flo, but just like if you only have 1 tag on and you receive the ball, it's a tag there. If you've got 1 tag of each colour.
I'd have to check the rule book, but I'd imagine the referee would try, and as soon as they identify it, they can stop the game and resume with the correct colours on. Just on Gareth Roach though, I know that his wife Em Becker and 3 kids are watching on the live stream at home, so a little shout out opportunity with the tag issue.
Yep, hopefully they're having a great time watching Gareth and watching their dad have a fantastic performance in this match, and it's great to have Emma this year involved in a Great Britain setup once again as assistant coach in the GB Women's 35 team in their inaugural year of competition. She'll be looking forward to the British and Irish Cup at King's House on the 24th of June, their first opportunity to play international tag, this brand new side. And now it is South Africa and McKenna looking to link up with Lourenco, who really wanted that ball. Sorry, not Lourenco, who really wanted the ball.
It's Dean Burnt, who's just paid too much attention to the players in front of him and not enough attention to actually catching the ball first. So it's a good field position that we started, but not can't even get to tag 1, which is it's going to hurt us. It's a bit of an indicative of the struggles of competing a series so far in this game.
Yeah, fairly easy coaching point to look back on when they watch the tape of this one.
Definitely harder to score without the ball, we've found in our experience.
This time the attack breaks down for South London. With just a few seconds remaining in the game. Still an opportunity for South Africa to get their first points on the board, but they are in the wrong half of the field at the moment. McKenna. And there's the final play, Hooter. One more bite of the cherry in this one for South Africa. One more tag to hold out for the Seals. South London go for the kick. McKenna herring down the wing, and Price, though,
just shepherds it out.
Yeah, nice and calm. It was always going to beat McKenna there. And this one does end. South London Seals 8, Tag SA UK 0. Maybe not the points on the board that South Africa would have wanted. And just before you have to run, JC, how had the other results gone for this side?
It's only our second game of the day. We've had a big long break, and the first game was very similar. I think it was 7-0 against East London Eels. So different, but this game was sort of a few through the middle and throughout the game. The first one was a bit of a blood in the first 5 minutes, and then a fairly even contest from then onwards. But the same kind of issues, struggling to complete series, a few early errors, a few missed tags down the middle, which just cost you 2 points rather than 1 point for a missed tag on the wing. But plenty to work with. Lots of good play when we had the ball for a few tags at a time.
Brilliant. Well, thank you for joining us, JC, and good luck to the South African teams, both in the men's open and mixed open competition for the rest of the day. Flo, the South London Seals men's team, they can be really chuffed with that result.
I'll mute myself and I'll speak through the mic.
Yeah, that's our third game of the day. We've had similar to mixed South Africa lot. We took a bit of a beating from the Eels, touted favourites, but yeah, that was a more polished performance. Executed well, didn't make too many errors, and took advantage of sort of some tired legs in South Africa towards the end there.
Yeah, I mean, that experience that you've got in this Seals side. Players like Gareth Roach, who've been GB representatives for a long time, and it is always going to tell in a matchup like that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Gareth is he's a bit upset. He's 1 year shy of playing with the 40s, but yeah, that experience. I mean, the three you see coming over now, I don't know if they're on the screens, of Ronan, Jamie, and Gareth, really adds a lot of control to the middle of the field. And when we're looking good, it's more often than not because those three are doing something well in the middle, making it easy for everyone else.
Yeah, Jamie Hutchings, captain of the side, will be pleased with his team's performance in that one, and they will look ahead to the remainder of this competition with eager anticipation to build on that result and feature in the knockout stages. Flo, thanks for joining us. Hopefully we might have you alongside us once again in the later stages of the day. Good luck.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
So before we look ahead to our next game of the day, It's worth saying that we are on the site of the 2021 and the 2023 London Tag Fest. So this year's event will be taking place on Saturday, the 10th of June. There are still team and individual spaces available, as well as tickets for the after party. We're going to have 4 divisions, looking to have 96 teams at this wonderful ground on a beautiful sunny summer's day here in southwest London. And the tag matches will be followed by a rugby league match on this main pitch, West Warriors against London Chargers. Alongside me from Bristol, I have Emily Codd and Anne Taylor. I'll be bringing them in very shortly, as we have 2 blue sides playing against one another here. Just to clarify on the kits, it might be a little bit tricky to see at home. It is Bristol with the yellow tags on and currently in possession, already inside Yorkshire territory. And with a promising attack building. Dinning, the licensee holder for Bristol, involved in this men's open side. And the ball lost forwards there by Yorkshire, so Bristol will have another chance. And with the headband on, it's James Austin. In his first year playing for Bristol, having previously always represented North London in tag nationals, he moved over to Bristol in the last year and has been enjoying his tag over there just as much as he was in London, and gets the opening score for Bristol. As we get an opportunity to see it on the replay, breaking through just short of the line allows him to run into the box for a 2-point score for Bristol. So as I mentioned, alongside me I've got Emily Codd. Emily, you are fully decked out in your Bristol kit. You're not representing your side at the moment. They've got a break. But who is it that you're here with today?
Yeah, so I'm with Bristol Brabazone's mixed team. But in Bristol, we like to think that we're all one big team and we all train together and do everything together. So, yeah, doing really well, the Bristol men's team at the moment.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with this early lead. Of course, it is Edinburgh's first tournament in Tag Nationals. We got to see their mixed team up earlier on, and now our first look at the men's team. And as I mentioned, alongside we also have Anne Taylor, player coach for Edinburgh Mixed. Emily talked there about Bristol being one big tag family, all the 3 teams training together. Has it been a similar story up in Edinburgh?
Yeah, it's been pretty much the same story. We've been training a lot of the Saturdays together, doing joint sessions, and I think it's been really useful, especially playing the men's against the mix. It's been good competition.
And who tends to come out on top there?
Who do you think?
Well, I mean, you get the 2 points in mix, so yeah.
It's been competitive.
Good. Okay, so first opportunity for us to see Edinburgh try and string a few phases together. And just perhaps a little bit of miscommunication there means the option disappears. But space over on the left-hand side as Edinburgh get it over nice and quickly. And it was Porty Meehan who got the ball within 10 metres of Bristol's line as Killian Bowen just stumbles backwards, and another tag added to the count. 5th and final now. Oh! An unbelievable effort to get through there by Paul Kidd. Get a 1-point score and peg Bristol back, and nice to have seen that after a couple of games we've had on this first team pitch so far today, where we've had victories to 0. It is 2-1 to Bristol now. So Emily, I'm going to put your knowledge to the test here. You said one big family in Bristol. Who are the players we should be looking for in this Bristol Men's Open side?
So you've got Brian, who's wearing the backwards white cap. He's from Scotland, actually, and he is absolutely rapid. Also Rich, who is the ball guy, he doesn't mind me saying that, in the middle of the pitch. The wisest man on the Bristol team, always breaking the line, knows what to do. So I think they're the two big standouts for me.
I see what you've done there. That's a good pun. Rich Wise is number 16. And the backwards cap is number 8, Brian Keeley, their captain. As Angus O'Donovan shipped the ball from the roll. And the kick goes into Edinburgh hands, but it is Keeley, as you just pointed out, who then gets there to stop Edinburgh claiming any ground on the loose ball. Bristol's defence very narrow at the moment, but then Edinburgh not really spreading over to the right-hand side, and they go for the short side. The stutter step works though. Good run from Mulvey. Edinburgh with good territory now, and Clefane taking it within 5 metres. Oh, the pass just out of reach there. And so we will have a changeover. The tag made before the kick. 6 tag, and it is Bristol back in possession. Austin, the try scorer, and not for the first time. He breaks through. Has he got the legs to get there? A superb chase from Edinburgh, and Paul Kidd stops Austin in his tracks, but Bristol do get the penalty. And they are also going to get the box score. Nicely done there. Sam Strickland just managing to weave through and then dive back to his right to get the 2 points. 4-1 Bristol. Emily, what kind of contribution do you feel has been able to be made by players like James Austin, Ollie Greenhill, Florrie Greenhill, who learnt their tag in London and have been involved at the elite level, as we see another try for Bristol, an athletic diving effort coming from Alexander Matthews for the single point. 5-1 now to Bristol. But yeah, the contribution that we've seen from the Greenhills and James Austin moving from London to Bristol.
So obviously Ollie and Floors are very, very influential players, and they've done massive things for Bristol Tag. Ollie's kind of taken over a coaching role in the mixed team and really bringing Bristol forward. But also they really enjoy playing tag in Bristol, and it's like they've always been there and they're really part of the team. And I think that's why we're doing so well at the moment, is because we all play really well together. And
in terms of the nationals teams, does the player base come from sort of a core group of teams within the Bristol leagues, or is there a fairly reasonable spread from across the teams that are involved?
Yeah, so we have a massive player pool actually now, and we have leagues running Monday to Thursday, and we've actually just started in the past couple of weeks a Super League on a Wednesday, which we didn't have before, which is really upping the standard of Bristol Tag. And obviously we've encouraged everyone in the nationals team to get involved in that, but it comes from a plethora of different teams, and actually some kind of union teams as well, and all of that. We've been recruiting from everywhere, so yeah, literally everywhere over Bristol.
Yeah, as you say, that will certainly stand Bristol in good stead, but at the moment they need to be focused on their defence. Edinburgh right up at the Bristol line again, through a wonderful run originally from Mulvey, who then gained a penalty after the short pull. But Bristol do see out that attack, and once again Austin involved. Nice step there by O'Hickey, and Keary flicks it back inside with the no-look pass. Good defence from Edinburgh, keeps Bristol on the halfway line. Well-weighted pass. Oh, and he's still going. It is the wisest man on the field with the 2-point score. And not the first 2-point score for Bristol as well. And it's not actually that different in terms of tries scored just yet, but unfortunately for Edinburgh, they are staring down the wrong end of a 7-1 scoreline. Those 2-pointers really counting for Bristol. What do Edinburgh need to do at this point to get themselves back in the game?
I think they just need to stick together, make them play wide. I think there's too many gaps in the middle. Just good comms, I think they haven't had too much game time together, so that obviously plays a massive factor in how well they can read each other and things like that. So yeah, I think they just need to stay compact, stay tight in comms, and I think they've got a good chance of coming back.
So you say about the lack of game time, which obviously definitely plays against Edinburgh. Carl was mentioning earlier how new licences tend not to enter nationals in their first year. So it is fantastic to see Edinburgh enter 3 teams when they've there's only been Tag running up there properly for a year, as Kiri makes the interception, and then the hand stuck out by Kieran Newton from Edinburgh just to stop that attack before it gets going. Bristol with a new set of 6 now. But Edinburgh did get the opportunity to play at the Northern and Scottish Regional Tournament at the start of March, and I think the sides there were kind of pleasantly surprised with their performance when they got out on the pitch. You were involved in that. Tell us a bit about the day from an Edinburgh point of view.
Yeah, I think we went down there just with no expectations, and I think a lot of the Scottish players have come from different sporting backgrounds, which obviously helps. So like a lot of the guys here today in the men's, they play a bit of Gaelic football, some of them played union, so that obviously it helps a lot. So yeah, Manchester was a surprise, but a really good one. Yeah.
Well, they'll be hoping they can spring another surprise here and turn this one around to get the 6-point comeback that they'll need to get themselves on level pegging. And managing to hold out that Bristol attack that was looking very promising. Good runs by Sam Strickland and Jamie Dinning had put Bristol in a great position. But Edinburgh are the ones now with possession and the opportunity to try and narrow this gap. But with tagging like that from Bairstow, it's going to be very hard for Edinburgh to make the ground that they need to give themselves an opportunity of getting over the line once again. That kick, a bit of a challenging one to clear up. Bawani Rai does so in the end and manages to escape the clutches of the defenders, finds his captain Austin. Sorry, not his captain. Austin's involved in the coaching, isn't he? Not the captain. Good tag made though after Barstow twists his hips to try and break through. We've seen Mulvey involved both in attack and defence for Edinburgh at critical moments. That pass not able to be gathered cleanly by Edinburgh. Sorry, by Bristol. It's Bawani Rai who athletically dived over the touchline to keep the ball in play, but then did throw it forwards. Edinburgh now with a good opportunity starting in Bristol's half to get the try. Some claims of contact there by Mulvey, but the referee having none of it, and play continues. It's a little bit scrappy. Edinburgh keeping possession, trying to twist around on that left-hand touchline. Ball shipped back over now to the right, and there is a chance here, and it will be a box score for Gregor Rule, the captain of this men's open side. So they managed to string some sets together there, perhaps benefiting from a couple of bits of scrappy play from Bristol, but and that will give them huge confidence. It narrows the gap to 4 points between the two sides.
Yeah, the comeback's on with not a lot of time to play, but yeah, come on boys.
6 minutes in it, Only 3 points the difference. I think the comeback is definitely on, but not right now. Not with Strickland breaking down the pitch at such speed. He goes for the goose step. There was no one to goose, but he did it anyway, and it's Rich Wise that picks up the ball after it falls down on the ground, and Bristol keeping possession even though it did get a little bit scrappy. The show and go, the twist of the hips, and Benno Hickey will get the try no sooner than Edinburgh put a bonus point score on the board. Bristol get another of their own, and the lead is restored to the 7 point margin, sorry, the 6 point margin it was before, 9-3 to Bristol. Emily, perhaps the experience just showing there for the Bristol men.
Yeah, I think a fantastic try there. You know, Sam Strickland, he loves a goosey. What a great execution, even though there was no one to sell. And then a brilliant try in the middle.
Yeah, it's good teamwork that they didn't just assume he was going to beat everyone on his own, and they did follow up, so they were there. As Edinburgh now break themselves, this game really starting to open up in the late stages as the legs tire in defence. There is an option there, but the ball given away. Cliff Haynes straight into the hands of Dinning. Bristol will be relieved. Edinburgh were looking very dangerous for a moment there. Bristol with space on this left-hand side. Keeley tries to flick it back in to Matthews. And all the way over to the right-hand side, and Sawyer inside Edinburgh's half. Now as Keeley does get that ball, and the long looping pass from Wise. Keeley penalised for not taking the roll ball from the mark. Mulvey wanting to keep things moving for Edinburgh as time ticks down, 3.5 minutes to go. Crucial really for Edinburgh to get the next score in this game if they want any chance of Anne's comeback to come true. Nice speed of play now from Edinburgh, not allowing the Bristol line to get set, and a probing kick, very, very nearly taken by Porty Meehan in that right-hand corner, but Bristol just survive. Tricky hips from Keeley, gains an extra couple of metres there. Wise with a lovely pass. Alex Davis adjudges the tag to have been made by Alistair Wolfe just before it went away, and so Matthews has to jog all the way back. He thought he was through for a try there. It's going to be 6 again to Bristol after the ball knocked forwards by Edinburgh on the Bristol pass. Keeley to Dinning, and he breaks through himself now. That would have been a popular score if Dinning had gone over, but in the end it's a team try. He finds Barstow, and another point added to Bristol's total. Into double figures they go, 10-3 now. So just saying there about it having potentially been a popular score if Jamie had scored. I know when Bristol played the Southern and Midland Regional Tournament and won in each of the 3 open categories, it was a great day for Bristol, and people certainly seem to be celebrating Jamie's efforts in getting the sides organised and to the level that they're at now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a massive change for Bristol from last year, is having Jamie as running the TTR in Bristol. He put so much effort into it. He's really passionate about it, and actually he wasn't going to pick himself in this team, and it was the other coaches that kind of forced him to do it, because he's obviously good enough, and he's a very, very good tag player and very, very passionate about it.
Yeah, great to see him being involved on the pitch after all the efforts he puts in off it. Well taken. It was a bit of a wild pass over there to Kieran Newton, but kept his mitts on the ball. And the kick through is dealt with well by Bawani Rai. And he's still going into the Edinburgh half. Just 30 seconds to go. Bristol have done more than enough in this one, but they will be looking to further add to their total. There is the final play, Hooter. Can Edinburgh get another? No, the ball goes knocked on with that final pass, and that will be the end of this one. 10-3 the scoreline in favour of Bristol. Emily, lots for the guys there to be proud of as they look ahead to the rest of the competition. How have their results gone before this?
Yeah, so they've done really well. They won their first game against Manchester, I think, and then they had a narrow defeat to East London, or maybe West London, one of the London teams anyway, and then obviously a really good win here. Just would have loved to see another couple of goosies thrown in at the end there, but we can't win them all.
You can never have enough goosies in a game, can you? Well, hopefully we get to see Bristol Men's Open feature in the later stages of the competition with the results like this coming through for them, and maybe Emily, you'll be able to join us if that happens. And obviously not the result Edinburgh will have wanted in that one, but they did give a good showing of themselves. Those couple of tries that they scored were very good ones, and it's a good Bristol side that they were against. So what do you think they need to do to look ahead to the rest of the competition and get some wins on the board?
Yeah, I mean, that was a well put together Bristol team, so I think they just need to brush that one off. I think Gregor needs to have a good team chat with them just about what they can do to maybe make things a little bit positive for the next game. But I mean, they should be proud of that scoreline against a really, really good, experienced team. So
absolutely. Lots to build on as they move on in this competition. We'll be moving our attention back to the mixed competition in just a few moments with East London and Wigan coming up on this first team pitch. So just before we turn our attention back to the action taking place on pitch 1, a reminder that we are at the venue of the 2023 London Tag Fest. Registration still open for that tournament for both teams, individuals and after party attendees. Log on to the Tag Rugby website to book your tickets for that if you're coming in the evening, or to register your team to play on the day. It's a beautiful venue, and it will no doubt be a fantastic summer's day of weather to come down for. It's going to be the most exciting Tag Rugby tournament in terms of off-field action that we've ever had. An all-day DJ, the Rugby League that I mentioned earlier, taking place in the evening. Multiple different non-tag games and competitions through the day. A live band as well as a DJ late into the evening with the late licence that we've got. Certainly not one to be missed. But back on pitch 1, we have East London Eels taking the field. First time we've seen a side from the Eels on this pitch today, and the first time we've seen a Wigan Wizards side as well. And it's East London that have the first possession and first opportunity to score here. And I'm joined by Dom Lee, who is moonlighting right now as a commentator. The main role today, Dom, is in the yellow as a referee, but then you're also the regional manager for East London. So irons and lots of fires. How's the day been going so far?
Yeah, some would say a man of many talents. Well, thanks for the introduction. The refereeing's been great. A lot of even games. Good to see the regions for the first time. I've not had much of a chance to ref them before. And from an East point of view, the men's have been doing very strongly. I haven't heard about the men's 40 yet, but I'm sure they'll be doing well.
I mean, hotly tipped, that men's 40 side. They won the competition last year. Huge numbers of GB players within it. But you've also got GB players in this mixed open side. Who are some of the players that viewers at home should be looking out for?
Number 2, I believe she is, Tomi. She is a very, very good defender and also runs a very good lines as well. Always tends to make a line break. We've got, bit of a nasty clash there. I think Suze Eriksson taking a shoulder to the face.
Fairly hefty contact, and Matt Rosley, referee, giving a penalty to East London, and Suze Eriksson there just explaining to the Wigan player why the penalty goes against him, and actually he's put him in the bin as well.
He has, yeah. I mean, I think it was the shoulder contact there, that was the problem, and just carried on through with it.
Yeah.
Matt Rosley, a very safe pair of hands in a yellow shirt.
Absolutely, although Wigan player heading towards his own try line rather than behind the East London one, but will be off the field for a couple of minutes as Emily Ip plays it down on this right hand side.
Good hands from Annabelle Thorpe there. Quick ball from the East.
Here we see Kyle Nish.
Lovely little dummy. Lovely hands, bit of an overlap into Jackson Day.
And that pass that was fired back in from Day, just too flat and in front of Nish, and Wigan will escape as we wait for our first score in this one. East London certainly the favourites going into it, but you said they have had a loss today to Bristol.
It was, yeah, very close 3-2 loss to Bristol, who again another strong regional team this year. It's good to see all the regions increasing their strength and depth. But we've got to be taking those chances against any team, to be honest. We had a solid 2-on-1 there, Will. Got to be taking those.
So Wigan now putting a couple of phases together. Still working over on this right-hand side. Good calm head in the middle there as the East London defence rushed up.
Nice tracking on the inside from the defence, though.
Tag made there on Welsh. And the kick coming in as the set expires for Wigan, picked up by Joel Watson, already back into Wigan territory. A loose pass fired out, but it is eventually dealt with by Day. Here's Akinluzi, finds Rob Murch. We can expect some flair and some fireworks to come from him, whether it's on the pitch or if he does later on manage to join us in the commentary box. Akinluzi works away 10 metres inside the Wigan half, and the ball
sloppy.
Just lost by Harry Yates, not quite able to take that pass from Murch, and Wigan let off once again. And a good run Over there onto the right-hand side. We see Alderson taking it up towards halfway. Ball tracked back across to the left-hand side. Kick comes in from Wigan. And here's captain Nick Garcia. The run fairly lateral. No ground gained. Wigan can be reasonably pleased with that set. I mean, they've not scored, but they got themselves into a good position, and East London have a fair way to go here for their opening effort.
No real line breaks from either team at the moment. I think both teams just focusing on trying to get through a set without any sloppy errors, which neither team, well, Wigan have had a couple of kick-throughs, but neither team have been able to properly do yet.
Murch at first receiver, puts boots the ball, but just too high. Well, Rosley is letting play go on, actually.
May have played advantage from it.
Yeah, no advantage is gained, so he will bring Wigan back to halfway. East London needing to come back to their 10-metre marker. Murch can mark this one. It wasn't a dangerous kick. It was just above the shoulder height of Rosley, the ref. And that hit up there from Corliss gains a penalty for Wigan. And here's Hollis. Nice step, first defender beaten. It will be 6 again for Wigan after the hand in there by East London, immediately going for the kick. The Wigan player, Jones, tagged by Murch. And the play breaks down. Forward pass signalled by Rosley. So East London will have possession. Rosley just showing the players exactly where he wants them to take it from, and it's Garcia now who takes the ball up. Murch attacks the short side. Nice twisting hips there from Watson. If they get it out here, there were options on, but Nish decides to fake and go himself, and that's a nice little intervention.
Sousa's still going.
And not for the first time, has taken some contact to her head. She's being a real warrior in this one for East London. So 6 more for the Eels. Just 35 metres to go. Make that 25. Murch to his good friend Nish. Garcia. Nish now to Murch. The fake. Will he go over the top?
Oh, he's given the tag.
Still waiting for our first score in this one. Murch gutted about that one. It was a nice bit of play, but Wigan just managing to take the tag in time. Nish caught in possession, 2 tags remaining in the set. Eriksson not able to break through, final one. Wigan just need to make 1 more tag. Nish to Garcia, Garcia with the kick.
Was he tripped?
Well, it does look, I mean, contact was certainly made and it looks like the gap was closed. That is what Rosley signals. So, really promising opportunity now, Dom. 6 more tags, just 10 metres to go.
East have got to make the most of this territory in possession.
Akinlusi twists the hips. Not quite able to get through. Finn, dummy half, gets it out to Murch and then Eriksson.
It's a very effective Wigan press at the moment in their defence, pushing the East back as well.
Yeah, you would have expected, you know, the 2 teams on paper, East London, to be able to prise open the gaps against this Wigan side a little bit more effectively. But as you're saying, the press is just great from Wigan. Really disciplined defence. And it's seen them hold out once again. They now have their hands back on the ball with the scoreline still at 0-0.
Yeah, no real opportunity for either side for the try. We had the closing the gap just over there where Nick potentially could have regathered, but apart from that, no teams are giving either anything at the moment. Oh, as he says. Can he collect it? He has.
So still Wigan on the ball. 10 metres inside the Eels half. Loose pass, well dealt with. And a tag made by Yates on Brennan. Wigan kicking early. Simultaneous there, so they will have possession. And Wigan getting kicked out in. It's going to count against them now. Joel Watson will streak away for the score in the corner here. You can't kick 3 times in a set of tags and not risk there being a try one way or the other. And it's not really surprising in the end that it was the Eels that came away with the score.
A strong breakaway from Joel there.
And going off for a well-earned break, Watson, after that try. He did have a good 40 metres to run, so will be puffing a little bit as he heads to the bench. But East London finally with the opening score, lead 1-0 here against Wigan, and they kick deep to give the Wizards the longest possible distance to go to get themselves on the scoreboard for the first time. The last attack arguably the most promising, even if it was a little bit erratic with those 3 kicks.
It was just a bit of scrappy ball. Hopefully they can find some structure again, and the Eels as well. Hopefully defending well. Push him out to the wing right now.
Looking for the gaps to open up, but with the experience, as you mentioned, of someone like Akinlesi in defence, they're not really going to be there without being created by the attack. Another kick that we've seen go overhead height.
Do you think the wind's playing a factor, Will?
It certainly sounds like it is up in the commentary box. Not sure how much it is down on pitch level. Did you notice it in the games you've been reffing?
It's quite a welcome breeze, I can tell you that from reffing. It's very reminiscent of Tagfest here a couple of years ago. A couple of degrees cooler, but still very sunny and a lovely day.
Yeah, and of course you've been robbed of the opportunity to wear the reffing singlet today, having to wear the full jersey, which I'm sure is just causing those extra degrees to be felt while you're running your sets of 6.
Yeah, it's wreaking havoc with my tan line, Will. I normally end up with one of these tournaments looking like a drumstick squashy sweet, so it'll probably go look better for it, to be honest.
As East London get themselves within 5 metres of the Wigan line, but lose possession again, so this is a really tight affair between the two sides. And Wigan, well, they'll need to make sure their shoelaces are tied if they're going to get away from their own try line. Heavily stacked on the short side, forces them to go for the early kick again. Yates going back after this one for the Eels. It was long enough to go for a 50-10, but just not close enough to the sideline. Yates looking for the spin and a step, and he's lost the ball. There was no one in tagging distance, so Rosley allowed play on, and then it's lost forwards by Wigan. 6 tags now for the Eels.
Big let off there for the Eels.
Yeah, that's one of those ones where, the mistake was made by the Eels. Wigan just needed to be calm and make the most of the possession and the territory that they had. Unable to do so. But then East London's attack breaks down as soon as they get into the Wigan half.
We've seen 5th and final about once or twice from Matt Rossley at the moment. I don't think either team are making it through their sets well enough at the moment. East will be kicking themselves. They had a lovely potential break on the wing there with Charlotte Finn, and again spilled into touch, and now Wigan taking it up again.
Penalty to Wigan. Really have to use this chance. The opportunity for what would be an historic upset is certainly on the cards, but they do need to cross the try line in order for that to happen. So nearly
lovely
getting
line
away, but yeah, it's a good tag by Ip.
Well read.
Possibly a little bit of contact, not given by Rosley. Still Wigan come on the left-hand side. And the penalty given against Wigan. That is for dissent. You can see Rosley giving a sign of someone just chirping away there. I did mention there was possibly a little bit of contact. Clearly Wigan thought there was. Rosley didn't agree, and Wigan continuing to argue the point has cost them the opportunity. Ericsson involved yet again. Yates does well, that ball slightly behind him.
Dropped again. Didn't even make it to tag 3.
I mean, at this stage, if East London do end up the wrong side of the scoreline at the end of this one, I think they are going to have to apportion a fair amount of the blame at their own door.
Absolutely, they've been the makers of their own downfall at the moment. I mean, I say that they're currently 1-0 in the lead, but you've got to be thinking they'd want a bigger cushion than this right now.
Zoe Burgess not able to make too much ground there. 5th and final, there we go, we do get one.
Finally. Ooh. Suze Ericsson again.
Yeah,
she's in the wars.
Again, yeah. Not good to see. Alderson putting in the kick and just focused a little bit more on that than he was the player directly in front of him. Ericsson, though, thankfully back on her feet and looking to be suffering no ill effects. In fact, bewitching the defenders, managing to escape their clutches. Murch finds Garcia. With the cut back in, just avoids the jump, and if he hits the hammer down, he will get to the line, and he will get to the box as well. A 2-point score, and in a game as tight as this, that could be absolutely crucial. East London suddenly into a 3-0 lead.
Even from an East perspective there, I feel like Wigan will probably feel aggrieved about the potential jump in that one there.
Yeah, I think Nick will be describing it as a large step when he retells the story of that try as we see it on the replay. It was right on that borderline between a skip and a jump.
You see a lot of that in his PT on Instagram, actually. Not going to give his actual handle a shout out, but a lot of lunging and sort of sprinting techniques going on.
I imagine that's not what it says in the bio. Probably a little bit more.
Nick knows the lingo, I don't.
Yeah. And it's Wigan that advance to the halfway line with a penalty and now into East London territory. 6 tags to go here. Need to avoid the temptation of an early kick.
Wigan will be looking for the goal box try here.
Yeah, they certainly need that to get back on level pegging. Just 2.5 minutes to go. The way it's been so far, you would struggle to see them getting more than one score here. So that box really could come into play. And it was forwards first off the Eels before the Wizards. So 6 again. The blindside worked through Hannah Lawson. She gave it back to Zoe Burgess, who's caught in possession. Wigan maybe not making the most of the potential overlap they had on the right-hand side as they come left once more.
Another set of 6, late tag there.
So the new rule is that to keep the game sped up, we can just go for...
Is he giving it?
What a salmon dive for the try. It's a single point outside the box. A huge effort.
I thought Chris Ashland had retired.
A last hurrah for the Ash Splash over the line to get Wigan their opening score in this one. 3-1.
He's got to be hoping the photographer was head on for that one. Good collection.
Yeah, well picked up there by Ivana Lukatic. Nish
with another break. He's still going. He's still going.
Clancy's still got his tags on. Still got his tags on.
Look at the hips.
The dancing hips that will no doubt be seen as he has his wedding in Morocco next week. Just practicing for that.
That break will be going on the highlights reel, which will be shown during the ceremony afterwards, the reception.
Watson jumping high into the air to catch that one, and over to Finn on the left wing now.
This is better ball from the Eels. Got space on the right hand side. Bit of a loose pass there collected by Jackson Day.
Lack of accuracy on the pass.
It's worth also giving a shout out to Jackson Day for stepping in on the 11th hour after Phil Morahan having to sadly drop out due to a hamstring injury.
Not the only side suffering from late injuries, and the game over there as Yates steps into touch. He'd avoided the defender, but stepped backwards into touch, and it does end here 3-1 to the East London Eels. A really close game, probably closer than I think either of us would have expected, Dom. And lots really for East London to work on. They did get the win first and foremost, but that's not the kind of performance that's going to beat a South London or a Yorkshire.
No, it's not. East, I saw Rob earlier, Nick, they're both talking about how sloppy they've been with the ball lately. I think they're talking just doing the basics right. That's clearly what the East need to do right now to progress further into the second phase, hopefully with the lunch break coming up shortly. A couple of games' time, if I'm right. They'll have a chance to regroup, resettle, and go through the tactics and hopefully work on the things they need to work on after the first phase.
And highlight from that game, from a neutral point of view, has got to be Rob Welsh's spectacular diving effort. I mean, I think he went higher than he went further. But it all counts when you get the ball down over the line like that.
Absolutely.
And yeah, just to be able to say you scored against one of the London sides in a very close contest and gave your team a chance of winning, he can be chuffed with that.
And spectacular fashion in front of the camera and the fans, you know. Hopefully the people, if he's got anyone watching back home, they'll be able to see that and cheer him on.
Yeah, the fans were going wild here. Wigan can be pleased with that result, I think. Obviously, they'll be very gutted to have got so close and then not got away with a draw or a win. But yeah, positive display from them and plenty to build on for the remainder of the day. We'll be seeing Bristol return to the main pitch in the next game. Women's Open competition back on pitch 1. Bristol facing Manchester, North v South. Bristol had a wonderful performance at the regional tournament in February and they won the Women's Open category there. Manchester finishing kind of mid-table in the Northern and Scottish one. So Bristol will be going into that one as favourites, and we'll be bringing you that game very, very shortly. Hopefully with the assistance of Sam Strickland and Ed Jessup, one each from Bristol and from Manchester. Dom, thank you for joining us. Good luck with the rest of the refereeing today, and we may well have you later on in the finals. So we do expect a couple of the East London sides to be featuring in that.
Absolutely, they'll be going well. Thanks for having me, Will.
Cheers, Dom.
Let's go, Bristol! Come on, Bristol!
So already underway in this one. Bristol in blue playing left to right against Manchester Worker Bees in the red. Bristol with first possession and already attacking that line, and they will go over and get the opening score. Amy Pilkington it is, although she's being called back. Rob Chaundy, the referee, just checking something here and going through with Pilkington his decision, but it looks like he is not going to award the try. I think there may have been some contact made by Pilkington as she went through there, and so it's actually a penalty to Manchester, no score given. I'm joined by Sam Strickland from Bristol and Ed Jessup from Manchester. Sam, you said you've come armed with facts. What's your first one about this Bristol side?
First one about the Bristol side, they're actually individual facts as opposed to as a team. So that is Amy Pilkington there, a distant relative of comedian Carl Pilkington, believe it or not.
I'm going to not believe it, but I do like it. And we now see Manchester on the ball for the first time, and nearly escaping the clutches of the defence there was Sarah Powell. Good quick ball from Manchester, aided by the pace and athleticism and relentless motivation of Laura Riches. Ed, how much of this women's open side have you been able to see in training and in regional competition before now?
Yeah, they've been training on a Monday. They joined the Monday League in Manchester, and they've been playing every week. Been competing very fiercely in that, and we've had a few games against them as the mixed team.
Okay, so it's Bristol that we see once again in possession. They had a really strong regional tournament in Oxford, and so we'll be going into this one with a lot of confidence and certainly with some high hopes. And I know Bristol have been picking up some good results through the day, both in mixed and men's so far. As we see them working it into centre field now. Rosa Amate. And then passed back to the right to Lucy Artis, who just can't quite break through the last line of defence, and the kick coming in but well dealt with, and Manchester are going to break away here. This is a wonderful effort by Sarah Powell. We've already seen her have a fairly important involvement already, as Richards now twists her hip to get away. The captain of this side, and really won the talisman within it. Manchester deep into Bristol's half, still looking for the opening score in this game after Bristol were denied due to the contact penalty. A little bit of ground gained by Bristol in defence there. Ailish Sinclair not able to get away from the defence. And this kick could end up working well for Bristol, but
called as played out there.
Luckily just getting back Manchester to pick it up, and so as you say, Ed, played at means that Manchester will have another set of 6. And sneaking down the blind side for what will be the opening score is Hannah Cooper.
Yeah, that's Hannah Cooper of the mighty Tyrannosaurus Rex team on a Wednesday night.
Mighty because you're involved in them?
Because I'm involved in them, yes.
And how long has Hannah been playing?
Hannah's been playing just over a year. She comes from a rugby union background, plays for Didsbury Top H down in South Manchester, and is joined over the last year or so.
Well, Manchester will be very pleased with the fact that she started to play tag rugby, moved away from union to play tag, and has progressed so well within this sport. It's a wonderful opening try. Penalty given for closing the gap there, or wrapping by Manchester. New set of 6 for Bristol.
I will say, Will, this game's a bit of a grudge match. This was in fact streamed last year, so Bristol will be want to come out absolutely flying in this one.
I believe it's Manchester who came out on top last year.
You're not wrong, Will, but I've got to back the Brabs. Shockingly biased from me there.
It's quite all right. We don't mind a little bit of bias when you're standing next to me wearing the kit of the side that you're supporting. Which team is it you're playing for today, Sam? The men's or the mixed?
I'm in fact in the men's, the brothers as we're known. It's going pretty well today, but yeah, we'll see. I'd like to see Bristol, like you say, come out well after our regional tournament and yeah, show some flashes of brilliance.
Manchester with the opportunity now to put successive scores on the board within Bristol's 10 as Ogier called in possession. Still options to the left, and Richards with a half dive, half flop into the box. Manchester's second score and their third point.
Yeah, brilliant dive and try there into the box by Laura Richards.
Yeah, we were highlighting her importance to this side. She will never tire of running. I'm sure she's regaled you, Ed, with the different stories of her doing the World Beer Mile.
Oh, I've seen the World Beer Mile on several occasions, and the pint-offs that she likes to do during socials as well.
I'm not sure I've ever seen a human get rid of a pint as quickly as Laura Richards can do. Really quite something quite special. As is this break from Bristol and Zoe Wardle. Important for Bristol really to get the next score on the board, and as I say that, the play breaks down. Amato not able to keep control of the ball, but another set of 6 for Bristol.
There's a great line break from Zoe Wardle there. Much like Benjamin Button, as she gets older with age, she in fact gets shorter, which is an interesting stat for you there, Will.
I mean, it probably happens to us all in time, Sam.
You'd like to think so, but drinking will keep us young, I believe. I'm not sure if that's factually correct, but we like to think so. Oh, and here she is again, Zoe Wardle with a brilliant try. Hats off to her. Some woman.
Lovely carving run through the left-hand side of the defence. She arcs back in, aiming for the box. Manchester shut down that option, so it is just the single point to Bristol, but important for them to get on the board and keep in touch with this Manchester side. 3-1 the score now, as we approach the halfway point in this game. Bristol's kickoff, managing to find some space and give the defence time to get up there and make the first tag. Well, despite your harsh assessment of her height, Amato reaching to make that tag, and now it's Manchester with the break. Ogier. The marker moving before the ball was touched, in the opinion of Rob Chorney, the referee. So another set of 6 for Manchester. Great opportunity here for them to build on their 2-point lead. Defence looking assured on this first couple of tags of this set from Bristol. And then the half break. We see it so often. Liz Smith, the latest person to think she's been tagged. You hear the rip of the Velcro and you pause and go back and realise you got both tags still attached to you and you could have just gone for the line.
Absolutely, it's very hard to make sure you're getting the timing right there.
I mean, people always say to you, run until you get called back, but then if you have been tagged and you want a quick settle, then actually you don't want to be running over the mark. So
absolutely, a lot of these teams will be looking to play as quickly as they can today, so they're looking to get back to the mark as soon as they've been tagged.
Yeah, and Bristol's captain Ashley Newbold doing exactly that, and it's now Lucy Artist breaking through. Consecutive scores for Bristol, 3-2.
That would be my housemate Ashley Newbold with the break there. Her 0 to top speed being quicker than Usain Bolt, but I will say top speed leaves something to be desired. But Lucy Lightning McQueen Artist with a finish there. That's exceptional play.
Sam, you have done your homework and I like it.
put me down as tries hard, could do better.
Oh, that's going to be claimed by Bristol as offside, and it was. Very unlucky mistake for Manchester there. The ball controlled with the foot and then into the supporting teammate who's just ahead. So Bristol now with a fantastic opportunity to tie things up. Over to that left wing. And Artis over again. Score in either corner.
Another one for Lucy Artis there. That's brilliant. She's in fact a product of the Monday League in Bristol, which I used to be an organiser for, but I've since hung up my boots. I've passed it over to Dan Carrington, who is an exceptional organiser. I think you'll probably agree.
From everything I've heard. And Bristol just bringing the ball back to halfway for the restart on this full-size pitch, taken from halfway rather than the 10 metres back, as many of our players will be familiar with in the leagues they play around the country. So Manchester, after extending to a 3-1 lead, peg back, scores level now, 11 minutes played, and we've got a hell of a contest. Colclough, quite able to get through there. Riches, twists a hit, final tag. Manchester not yet able to make it out their own half. Boots a ball, played out by Bristol and well picked up in the end by Wardle. Riches making sure she does absolutely everything possible to make the tag. Tomato is caught on that right touchline. Newbold now.
There she goes again, the captain, Ashley Newbold, very vocal in this team. She's, as you say, very much the talisman. Oh, Nina unlucky there with the break.
Yeah, she saw that try line in front of her as the gap opened up and thought she was through, but Manchester's defence holding firm for now, fifth and final.
I believe they call that a case of white line fever, Will. I'm not sure if you've heard that phrase before.
I'm not sure it's ever been used in a commentary box before. No, that is the opposite of a cliche. Manchester survive. Possession still with the worker bees, and Rich is still going. Twists and turns around multiple players. Sam appealing up in the commentary box for the Fens. Not given. And Ed, this is good ground gain and just a couple of tags by Manchester before the ball was struck forwards.
Commentator's curse there, Will.
There's one or two in every match so far today. So. Oh, here we go. And that is Lisa Hill, who again thought for a moment she'd been tagged, but she did the opposite to what we were talking about earlier. She did keep on running.
That is Lisa Hill, who's drawn many comparisons to the Duracell Bunny, but Nina's broken. Sorry, back to the Duracell Bunny reference. She does not stop running. I will not let that one go.
Oh, and spilt forwards over the line by Bristol. Newbold just not able to keep a hand on it, and because it was forwards over the line, it's a tap 10 to Manchester. Just giving that extra bit of breathing room between where they are and their own try line. Nice interlinking play on the right hand side, breaks down, Bristol take over again. It's been a while since we've seen a full set of six. Both teams really trying in attack and taking a few risks. Some have paid off, as most recently in the two tries that we've seen for Zoe Wardle, but high risk, high reward does come with the chance that you might lose the ball forwards. And Pilkington, she nearly got the opening score.
Brilliant tag
she
there.
nearly gets the go-ahead one for Bristol. Final tag here, on the line, the dive. And the tag is made. Sorry, I said final tag, but actually what Rob Chaundy was signalling was 6 again. And not for the first time we've seen the teams get confused with the sideline. They're actually out to play here, Bristol. And Marto well over the line. Unfortunately, just that depth perception when you're playing on a full-size rugby pitch with a tag pitch marked out.
Yeah, some brilliant defence there from Manchester, right on their line.
It's difficult to fill the width of the pitch and then another 10 metres beyond that, but Manchester managed to.
Absolutely, it's happened to us all, hasn't it? Passing out.
I would argue that the hardest skill as an organiser is putting the cones out. I'm sure both of you can agree, but that's really something I struggled with. But I didn't have any lines to assist, so it might just be me on that one.
Always harder when you don't have lines. Luckily, our pitch managers here benefiting from the blue lines painted by Richmond Athletic Association for us to use here. So we do have proper tag pitches marked out on top of the rugby pitches. Good passing from Manchester. Was looking to build something promising, but Newbold gets there in defence. Not for the first time. Riches with the deep kick. That's through the hands, and it is a knock-on. Unfortunately for Emma Watson, Manchester with a massive opportunity here. Riches again, and that could have been her second try, stumbling over the line, but she is tagged short. And to the left where there were a few more spaces, but not quite the numbers. And Riches wants the ball to the left again, and possibly not the right option. Too many bodies and too small a space.
Brilliant try then from Sarah.
Yeah. Sarah Powell, not for the first time, proving crucial for Manchester in this one. Sneaks through for the single point. Manchester back in the lead, 4-3.
Absolutely, she's made a few breaks down the wing today, so I think very thoroughly deserves that try.
Lovely contest, this one.
Just a bit of a debate from the commentary box that Ed doesn't sound particularly Mancunian. Ed, whereabouts are you from?
I'm from the Scottish borders, but definitely not supporting Edinburgh today.
And now Bristol with the break. Good support line run by Pilkington. Amazed anyone can keep up with Zoe Wardle. She's shown great pace in this game so far. To be fair, Sam, you don't sound like you're originally from Bristol.
I'm not originally from Bristol, no. I've been in Bristol for 7+ years now. I'm actually from North Devon, but it's much better to pretend that I'm not from there. And that's Nina with another break. Playing loose Bristol, this is really our bread and butter.
Well, the play's still alive.
Oh, that's unlucky there for Coral Pike. Interesting fact, her favourite colour is glitter, she told me earlier. I'm not sure if that's a colour, but her words, not mine.
I think we'll have to review that one. I'm not sure whether that's allowed, but actually I admire it. I think it's a great choice. Manchester lucky to escape that last attack by Bristol. And they need the experienced, calm head of players like Ogier to just assert a bit of control here. You're saying, Sam, a kind of open, frantic game suits Bristol.
I think we come to this tournament. It's another great break from Manchester, but we do come to these tournaments, and I think if we play our own way, that's how we'll do best. So fast and loose is very much the remit for all the teams today. Apart from perhaps the mixed with Ollie Greenhill at the helm, fast and loose is not something he thoroughly enjoys, let me tell you.
No, he likes the process, he likes the routine, he likes to wear teams down through good technique. And in terms of that fast and loose, we saw both a forward pass from Manchester and then a knock on from Bristol. Manchester now back in possession, just inside the blue half of the field. Riches looking to play the loop. Half break for Ellie McCarthy. Bristol defenders just alive to what was going on and stopping her at the last moment. This is good here, but the pass could have been better. Priya Chohan not able to get past Zoe Wardle. Missed tag on Ailish Sinclair. Riches with space to run into, looks for the kick, bit scrappy, picked up by Bristol. Oh, that is a crucial tag and arguably a game-winning one. This is the final play. Manchester just a point ahead. If that break had gone, it could have been the win for Bristol. Richards, she just needs to clear the ball off and let herself get tagged. She stumbles backwards. Rob Chaundy, though, allows it. Not a bit of gamesmanship there, just a loss of footing. Yeah, an absolutely wonderful game. Sam, we'll come to you first from a Bristol point of view. Lots to be pleased about there. Obviously not quite the end result they wanted. Could have gone either way, though. And some beautiful tries, especially from Zoe Wardle.
Yeah, Zoe Wardle had a cracker. I think if Bristol were to look back at this, their performance against Manchester on the stream last year, they can be very proud of themselves. I think they'll be a bit upset not to come away with a win on the biggest stage, but yeah, they played very well today.
And Ed, you get to celebrate the spoils of that one.
Absolutely. I think great game management towards the end there, just in the last couple of sets, pinning them down, making sure that they had to run the length of the pitch to win that. So I think the girls will be very, very pleased with that result.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, wonderful tag on display from both sides. A great advert for the women's game.
Interview Mike
and I think both sides will be dangerous, whoever they come up against, as the first phase of the competition heads towards its conclusion. We will await the other results to see whether you will have Manchester or Bristol show up in the knockout phase in the women's competition on this pitch. We're bringing you all those games from 3 p.m. onwards on the Rugby Football League's Our League app. That's a free app. You don't need to pay to download it. But if you're wanting to follow the games this afternoon from 3 p.m. onwards, you will need to download the RSL Our League app, create an account, and follow the games on there. Sam, Ed, been a pleasure to have you. Final words from each of you?
Just want to say shout out to my mum and dad, obviously, and again thanks to Ed and thanks Sheff for having us.
Ed?
I won't shout out my parents, but I'll shout out the rest of my Tyrannosaurus Rex team. I know a few of them are watching today.
Thank you, guys. Most people have given their final words on their thoughts on the competition rather than the shout-outs, but you know, everyone's got to bring their own flavour. It's been a pleasure to have you. Thanks for your contributions. So one more game in phase one to bring you. It's our first look at the men's 40s competition. Our first look at our first look at North London Nighthawks. And our second look at Coventry and Warwickshire Hurricanes. Those are the two teams that will be heading onto the pitch in just a couple of minutes' time for the final game of phase one. So just a reminder, we've been streaming so far on Tag Rugby's Facebook and YouTube accounts, but if you want to follow the action for the remainder of the afternoon, you need to download the Rugby Football League's Our League app, create an account, and you will be able to follow all of the remainder of the day's progress on there. We will be bringing you quarterfinals from the men's and the mixed competition. We'll be bringing you semi-finals from the women's, men's and mixed, and then the grand finals from all four categories. That's from 3 p.m. through to 6:40 this afternoon and evening. Just one more game to go then in phase one. One more game to go on Tag Rugby socials. Men's 40s for the first time. North London Nighthawks and Coventry and Warwickshire Hurricanes. And once again, alongside me, I've got Alan Robinson.
Hi, Will. Pleasure to be back in the sunshine this afternoon. It's looking fantastic out here at the minute, so we're looking forward to a really good game.
So we're underway in this one. Coventry in the orange, playing left to right, kicking to North London in the red strip. And a couple of quick hit-ups from Nick David and Ollie O'Mani, giving North London first opportunity here, and a breakaway, and it's going to be the opening score, surely. It is a box score. First points on the board go to North London on their first possession. They'll be really pleased with that one. And already a bit of a rally needed from Coventry.
Yeah, North London just caught them short there on the left-hand side. They were defending a little bit narrow there, Coventry and Warwickshire, so they need to be awake to that really on those edges and cover the full space there. But, you know, it's just the beginning here, so hopefully they can come back out here with a strong set. Alex Bryan makes a break. He just needs to back himself here, I think. Yeah, fantastic score on the left-hand side. Great solo effort. But no. Yes, it's been awarded. Yeah, Alex Bryan on the left-hand side. That's fantastic. Alex is actually the head coach of Coventry Bears Rugby League Club as well. So it's been a while since he's played contact rugby, but he's known to put his boots on now and again for the Bears, and he actually played League One for Coventry Bears as well.
He's, of course, been involved in the Great Britain Tag Rugby setup over the last year, some involvement with the GB men's 40s. So certainly one of the ones to watch within this Coventry side. As we see Ash Kilminster look to dance away from the defenders, not quite able to, and he does need to take that ball from the mark. Jake Dunley, the referee, correctly awarding a changeover to Coventry because the roll ball was taken in front of the marker. No, sorry, behind the marker when it should have been in front. And so it's Coventry now with the opportunity. Deep inside North London territory, and the hard line almost paying dividends for the Hurricanes.
Just a little bit unlucky there. They came back on the inside, trying to catch them right in the middle. And North London take it away again.
North London not able to get away from their own line and losing possession. So Coventry with a great opportunity to level up. 2-1 the lead to North London at the moment. Brown looking to bring the ball back to the right-hand side. Beasley trying to skip through. And play breaks down. Luckily for Coventry, Cathcart managed to get in there, get the defensive tag when the break was looking on and looking dangerous for North London. Kilminster now tagged, and it's O'Mani. Beats the first defender. Still going, in fact, and manages to get the ball away. Reasonable territory gain by North London on their first couple of tags, and Goodfellow with the step, but not able to get away. Kilminster to David. David boots the ball early. There is space there. He's just got to work hard to get to the ball. Puts in the second kick, but he knows it's gone too high, and he's waiting for the referee's whistle to go. In truth, he might be glad he didn't have to clear that one up and run the remainder of the pitch. Only to be tagged short of the line. I'm sure Nick would have had the pace, but you never know. You never know. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that either, given we played together. Possession with Coventry now. Brown just short of halfway. And a well-timed pass from Day to Sherwell, but there was certainly a foot in touch there by Shimwell, unfortunately. And it's going to be North London taking over. Well worked, but just a little bit too far over. However, possession will remain with Coventry. Penalty to them for the short pull. Good tag made by David. Brown tries to carve his way through. David's once again involved defensively. Day does well not to knock that ball on, but isn't able to regather it. North London with the opportunity here. Oh, and a lovely break. Has he got the pace to go all the way? He does indeed. A 2-point score again for North London. So they've only crossed the line twice, but both times it's for the maximum. Both times they have extended their lead by 2, and they lead now 4-1.
I think they need to be careful here, Coventry and Warwickshire, not to not to go to sleep, because we've had a good bit of possession so far, but North London have really taken their chances and made their possession pay off, where we've just scarpered a few fantastic opportunities really by just a couple of little silly mistakes. So hopefully they can just hold this ball, get a good set under their belt, and make a bit more headway here.
Yeah, certainly not seem to be a mismatch between these two teams at all. It's just a case of North London managing to take the opportunities when they've been presented to them, and the fact that both of their tries have been bonus box ones makes this lead look a little bit more imposing than it might otherwise be.
Tim Friend there on the left hand side, the yoga master. He takes the team through a bit of a yoga exercise at the end of every training session.
Not a bad idea, I think, for the men's 40s category. Keep them flexible and avoid those injuries that are an occupational hazard at this level. Our first look at Paul Everett now in the number 1 singlet for North London. An attack, maybe not the first involvement he would have wanted, but an athletic dive to make the tag tracking backwards. Stop Coventry on the breakaway, but they will get an opportunity down the left-hand side. It will be their second score, and it comes from Tim Friend. The yoga's paying off 4-2.
Yeah, we've certainly got a couple of characters in this team. You'll notice Stuart Walker in the middle there with a bandana and orange glasses. Actually tests cars for Jaguar Land Rover in the Midlands, and I've been told that he gets trips to Sweden and tests some cars on frozen lakes, which is pretty unbelievable.
Another break from North London. The third of their tries of this ilk. The third of their tries in the bonus box. 6 points now up for the Nighthawks. So just as Coventry narrowed the margin, so North London extend it by an extra point.
I think it's just a case of switching off, isn't it, in defence? You just can't switch off, especially after you score. The Coventry Warwickshire scored a good try there, and then they just got caught again on the right edge.
So they'll be keen to get the next score, Coventry. And how useful would it be for them to get a box one? Brown doesn't like it over on that left-hand side, so looks to Mark Day. There's space on the right. but well tagged. Fifth and final up for Coventry. Still the wrong side of halfway. Day with the kick. Goes out fairly quickly after he made a connection with it. Not much ground gains. North London about 15 metres inside their own half, and they give it to Nathan Goodfellow as pace to burn. And we could see North London's fourth try, their fourth breakaway, their fourth box try. Surely Dunley just wanting to get in position to correctly award this one, and he does give it. Goodfellow looks to have taken a bit of a knock to his hand there as he dived for it in some pain, but the try given.
It's a little bit disappointing there, you know, coming through the middle. It's tough to take, you know, it's tough to take when a team sort of comes through your middle like that. But, you know, credit to North London. You know, they're really executing very well. They're running good lines. You know, they're pushing up together. It's tough to defend against when you're tired. And, you know, already we've had probably some of these teams have probably played, 3 games so far. So, you know, the fatigue's a little bit starting to set in there too. So hopefully we can get something out of this.
It had been a nice spin from Coventry to get through there, but then the ball was lost forward. It will be North London possession. So North taking over through Kilminster. Davids. Lovely line, but Alex Brown, experienced head in the middle of the field for Coventry, makes a crucial tag. Davids with a half tag, and once again it's Brown involved. Loose pass from Nighthawks, goes forwards, and Coventry let off there. But it's not been that area of the field they've had the issue defending. It's the middle of the field, not much on for North London, and giving away the gap. North London galloping to the try line, it's counted against them, and is why we have an 8-2 margin in this game.
Yeah, credit to North London. You know, it's if you get those tries and you score through the middle and you score the box tries, it really piles the pressure on. Mentally it's tough because you got to defend, you know, and if you're defending and you concede those tries in the middle, you know, it's really tough mentally to kind of recover from that. So let's see if we can get a bit of character now out of this and get back into it, because if we get a couple of box tries ourselves with Coventry and Warwickshire, then, you know, we'll be right back in it. So let's hope they can pick it up now and get the urgency back.
Certainly what we hope for an even contest, but with Kilminster on the ball and North London in a promising position, it's easier said than done. Coventry players throwing themselves over one another in order to make the tag. The kick coming and ably dealt with. Nice calm head from Pete Stoney there. Here goes Brown. Coventry really needing him to grab this game by the scruff of its neck. They want to get back into it. Oh, lovely bit of play there. There we see Stuart Walker with the bandana and the orange sunglasses. Does he always wear orange sunglasses, Alan, or is that specifically for the team colours?
Yeah, no, you know, it'll be sort of 9-10 o'clock on a Monday night in Coventry, and he'll still have those sunglasses and bandana on. So, you know, he likes his fashion there, I think. I'm not sure what era that might be, but, you know, he's certainly a bit of a character.
Another break. and another box try. This will bring North London's 10th point up. Alan, I can see the frustration next to me in the commentary box. Commentary being punished fully every single time by these missed tags.
Yeah, you just can't miss those tags right in the middle. You know, we talk about it a lot as well, like in the Coventry Warwickshire teams. But I just think the concentration goes, or the fatigue sets in, and you start making those basic errors. But basic errors in tag really punish you, especially when there's the middle box is there and you can get those points. It's mentally so tough. But look, I think they'll learn from this. I think it's been a bit harsh. You know, they've conceded some of those really sort of soft tries through the middle. But credit to South London. Look, they've worked our middle, and when you keep working the middle, you're making the same players make second efforts to make tags all the time. And that does pay off, especially when teams start to get fatigued.
Yeah, it's good experience and play from North London that's put them in this position. And they go over to score their 6th try. The first one, it's just a single pointer. 11-2 now, the score to North London. 5 box tries and then a single point there from Nathan Goodfellow.
You know, that was just urgency again there on the right side. You know, urgency with the ball, playing the ball quickly, getting it through the hands where the space is. And if you've got to react to that, you've got to slide.
Great restart from Paul Evatt, just over the head of the first defender. And then a chase from North London, really excellent to pin Mark Day back in that corner. 2 tags in a row already gone in this set, and Coventry on their own line. Steps past Evatt though. Eventually tagged by O'Mahony.
He's done well there, Ed Leon, because if you watch North London's defence there, they're really wedged in and they really put the pressure on. And, they left space on the outside, which really puts pressure on the ball carrier. But he did well there, Ed, to make those yards.
Yeah, he gained yards. He gained a penalty as well for offside. So Coventry got a fresh set, which has allowed them to work their way up towards halfway. Still with a few tags remaining. Brown in centre field. The little step back inside from Ed Lane. Indecision about which way to go. They do come to the right. Day looks to step round the outside. Not able to do so. Fending call given. North London take over already at halfway.
The more experienced teams like North London here, you can see in attack now, they know where they're going. They're organised. They've got runners. They've got shape. Straight away, look, here we go. They've got shape there, and they're making yards and they're making space.
Over to Goodfellow. He scored in the box. He scored on the right wing, and selfless play to pop the ball back in field.
What a try there.
Another try scored.
Fantastic try. They had the shape. They knew where they were going. They knew where the space was, and they all ran the right lines and just beat the defence really effortlessly there.
And just see on the far side, Ryan Gould hobbling off for North London. He looked to get his ankle stamped on in that last passage of play before North London got the try. He's got 2 box tries himself, Ryan Gould, in this one. So North London will certainly hope that he's not injured for the rest of the day. This game's pretty much ice now, just a minute to go and 10 points in it. But bigger games lie ahead for the victors in this one.
I think Coventry Warwickshire just got to look at these edges. In here they're defending quite narrow, North London. We've got to try and get to the edge even early, because they're trying to go through the middle, and that's where all the bodies are, and it's a struggle. And then we're making mistakes. So let's hope they can try and recognise that and get a little bit something out of this.
David spinning there to try and get away from the defence. North London coming in waves now, and they'll be reassured by the fact that they've scored through a bit more phase play. See, all their original tries were breaks through the middle, which are great to get those points. They get you the win. But you've got to be creating the opportunities as well through consecutive phases. against the bigger teams. Final play hooter has sounded, so Coventry with one last chance to salvage a bit more pride here. Day, unfortunately, was just putting his tag on as he caught that one. So that will be full time here. North London Nighthawks 12, Coventry and Warwickshire Hurricanes 2. Alan, just the top 4 in the men's 40s competition that get to go through to play for the final and the placing game, the 3rd, 4th playoff. Coventry possibly just out of that bracket at the moment with a result like this.
Yeah, but I'm very, very proud of all the teams here today. All our teams have done fantastic. The guys, I've watched every team this morning, this afternoon, and we've made strides forwards as a region. I think everybody's taken something away from this tournament. Looking at the 40s now, you can see they're a little bit weary, they're a little bit fatigued, but everyone's really enjoyed it. It's been a fantastic venue, fantastic event, and it's not just about getting into that top 4. And I think obviously those guys will be gutted, they'll be really disappointed, but there's a lot to learn from it, and they'll come back stronger.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us again, Alan. And that concludes our Phase 1 coverage for the morning, concludes our broadcast on Tag Rugby's Facebook and YouTube accounts. We will be moving, as a reminder, once again, we will be moving over to the Rugby Football League, our league app. So the next game is in just under 20 minutes. It will be the first quarterfinal of the men's open competition. To join us for that, please go to the RFL's website, download the Our League app, log in and create an account. It can all be done in just minutes so that you can join us for the afternoon. We've got 2 quarterfinals, 3 semi-finals and 4 grand finals to bring you on the Our League app. We hope to see you there very shortly.
Tag Rugby is a modified version of the game. Anybody 14 plus can get involved, and Tag Rugby can be played by people of all fitness levels and sporting abilities. You can play one 40-minute game each week, and there's no training, so it's great for fitting into a busy lifestyle. Tag Rugby is a 7-a-side mixed men's or women's formatted game. Mixed teams have 4 male and 3 female players on the pitch during a game. Teams have substitutions, and there's no limit to how often you make changes. Games are generally played on a pitch measuring 70 metres by 45 metres, approximately half the size of a normal rugby league pitch. Each player wears shorts with Velcro patches on the sides where coloured tags are attached. The game begins with a kick-off from the halfway line. Much like the standard game of rugby league, attacking players attempt to score tries, while defending players try to prevent them from scoring by tagging them with the removal of their tag. The attacking team has 6 plays to try and score or get as far down the pitch as possible. Tries are worth 1 point. In mixed Tag Rugby, female tries are worth 2 points. There are no conversions in Tag Rugby. In higher level and international games, there are bonus boxes. A bonus box is marked out in the centre of each try line, 5 metres wide and 3 metres deep. Every try scored in the bonus box is worth an additional point. It's a minimal contact game, so neither player can cause contact, otherwise they will be penalised. The ball carrier is not allowed to protect their tag or fend off defenders attempting to take off a tag. Kicking is allowed in Tag Rugby, providing it is below shoulder height, so grubber kicks are common on the Tag Rugby pitch. Leagues vary in standard, with those aimed at beginners, right up to the more experienced rugby player and even international standard. You could join as an individual and get put on a team, a great way to meet new people. You can also join with existing friends or work colleagues and create your own team. The team that scores the most points wins the game. The action on the pitch is only part of the fun. Tag Rugby is an extremely social sport where you can socialise with your teammates and the opposition team after the match.
My name is Lois Forsell. I'm the head coach of Leeds Rhinos Women and the RFL Women's Ambassador. Tag's a great game. It's great to keep active, great to socialise and great to be part of a team environment. I'd say 100% get involved. It's a great, exciting game. It's exactly the same as Rugby League, just without the contact, but as I can see tonight, there's loads of fast-paced running, loads of tries scored and some great passing. It's fun, great fitness and social. Give Tag a try.
So welcome back to Phase 2 of the 2023 UK Tag Nationals, taking place at Richmond Athletic Ground here in sunny southwest London. If you're with us now, it's because you switched over to the Rugby Football League's Our League app. You've downloaded the app, you created an account, and you are set to be with us for the rest of the afternoon as we bring you 2 quarterfinals, 3 semi-finals, and all 4 grand finals, starting with this men's open quarterfinal between Bristol Brabazons in the blue and North London Nighthawks in the red. I'm joined alongside me by Tag Rugby co-founder and co-managing director Alistair Davis. Al, we've got Bristol and North London and a trick play to start from Dean Irvine and Elliot McDermott with the kickoff. Bristol dealt with it well though. Obviously the experience of North London should count for something here. Who are you tipping?
Yeah, I think it's good to be here, and I think North London we've got favourites for mine. Mixed at the back, and the Bristol as a region's come a long way since last year, so it'll be very interesting to see how this game goes.
Yeah, we've seen really good Bristol performances on the pitch so far today, both from this men's open side and from their women's open in that last game we saw against Manchester. And it is Bristol that are forced to kick in this one through licensee Jamie Dinning. We were singing his praises both on pitch and off pitch earlier on when we saw Bristol men's open. He's not so delighted with that one. The kick would have been a reasonable touch finder in rugby union if he'd been here playing for Richmond. As it is, it's possession for North London inside Bristol territory. The roll ball taken by Dean Irvine, coach of this side, and it's Nick Wilkes streaking away for the opening score, a 1-pointer for North London.
No, he just made that look so easy with a little in and away. It made the defender almost look a bit stupid there, but Nick Wilkes is incredible on his feet, and that was a lovely piece of play by him.
Yeah, really encouraging signs to see that sort of running from Wilkes. He's going to be a crucial player for Great Britain Men's Open in this World Cup year. So getting off to a start like that, showing us exactly what he can do, why he's so dangerous is fantastic from a GB point of view, as well as from a North London one, to give them the head start in this game and the 1-0 lead.
Still one of my all-time favourite moments, seeing Nick Wilkes carve up at the 2018 World Cup. A couple of those tries against Greece in the opening game, never forget them.
Hopefully more of those memories to come this summer at the University of Limerick in August. For those of you that will be joining us either in person or following along on the stream. That kick from James Austin, fielded by Dean Irvine. North London back in possession, and almost herring down the wing went Josh Grew.
Yeah, it looks like he's starting for a forward pass.
Yeah, that's the signal.
Oh no,
no, it's a penalty signalled by Alex Davis.
Okay.
So Bristol on halfway. 5 more tags in this set. Well held in the end by Austin. And an early kick, and that's going to work absolutely perfectly. The way that ball just sat up for Alex Matthews to run onto. Deji Onolua did his best to turn and chase, but nothing to be done there. And Bristol level things up 1-1.
That was an absolutely quality piece of play. I think it was on about the 3rd tag. Wasn't really expected by the North London defence. So just a little ding through, perfectly weighted. The winger knew what was going on. Too much pace, scores in the corner.
This restart into the hands of Elliot McDermott in the number 8 jersey, both for North London and for Great Britain. Irvine finds Wilkes again. This time Bristol managed to stop him before he gets up ahead of steam. Over again to Crew. Wilkes at first receiver to Irvine. A bit of a loose pass fired in front of McDermott. Cleared up by the North London supporting runners. Dean Irvine's kick goes into touch.
It's good defensive set there by Bristol. I think they've got their line very compressed, and I think it's tempting North London to go round them, but without any success that time.
A little show and go from Ben O'Hickey. Irvine equal to it. Lots of space over on that left-hand side and back into the hands of the try scorer, Alex Matthews. O'Hickey working back across now. There's Bawani Wright. Tagged by Olonilua.
Lucky he didn't get pinned for running out there.
Yeah, we've had a few close calls on this touchline now.
Yeah,
players getting a little bit confused between the rugby markings and the tag ones.
Need to make the commentators as the touch judge.
And in the end, it goes out on the other side, so North London do hold out defensively. Cole Moore.
In fairness to referee Alex Davis, it's a tough job to see the sidelines when you don't have touch judges refereeing with you, so he can only do his best from the middle of the field.
Absolutely. He will have the assistance of touch judges if he is appointed as one of the grand final referees. Our rotating cast of referees spread across all 10 pitches of this tournament through the early stages of the day.
I would be surprised if you don't see him later taking one of the finals. He's a quality referee.
Austin with the step, nearly beats Moore. Equal numbers over on this right hand side. North London deal with it well. Awani Wright to the left. Austin Keary, Bristol's captain, steps in, steps back out, finds the gap. The twist of the hips, and this is going to be a box score, and the go-ahead score for Bristol through Rich Wise. He was being talked up by Sam Strickland and by Emily Codd when they were on comms for us earlier, and it is a crucial score.
That's a lovely piece of play. There wasn't a huge amount in it. There was no defenders were there. He's just done a couple of shimmies of the hips and just a little bit of burst of pace, and that is massive, getting 2 points at this point to take them up 3-1.
Yeah, as you say, Al, kind of nothing really on, and it's just a piece of individual brilliance that got him through. And it's those kind of scores against that start to stack up and make your job very difficult. So North London, they will want to be the next ones on the board.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how North London react here. They've got a lot more experience of playing high-level tag. Oh, there we go.
Well, yeah, putting it in the experienced hands of Nick Wilkes to run 40 metres to dot down in the bonus box generally works as a good tactic. So North London leveled things up. It's 3-3.
Yeah, a smart play by North London. Get the ball in the hands of the most dangerous player on the field. Let him work his magic, and there was no one stopping him once he was through that front line of defence.
So Davis, just a word to both teams before this restart to cut out the contact. Good kick from McDermott, forces the played at from Bristol as James Sawyer unable to control the ball with his foot.
Didn't need to play it. It wasn't going to make the 10. So I think maybe he's slightly lost his bearings as to where the 10-metre line was to defend the 50-10. He's got a little nick on it. It's North London ball. Here we go.
McDermott very nearly finds Knowles to restore North London's lead. Moore stepping back in, just avoiding the attention to Wise, but is taken before the line. McDermott twists and over he goes. 4-3 North London.
Again, not too much in that. He just worked his way slightly to the outside of the defender, and it was just a one-on-one miss in the end, which sadly is often the difference, I think, between the London teams and some of the regional teams. It's just the years of playing tag and the lack of missed tags often by the London teams makes the difference, and that was, yeah, the defender will be disappointed. He want that one back again.
Yeah, it's just 8 minutes 45 gone in this game, so plenty of time for Bristol to come back into it. They've been a point down already, and they got they got themselves back in and then eventually to a 2-point lead. So they do have the calm heads that are needed in this situation. Stacked everyone to the right-hand side of the ruck here. Thought about the through the legs pass, did O'Hickey?
Not sure it was necessary.
No, or that the defenders fell for it. That has worked though, over to the left-hand side, and a breakaway from James Sawyer. He'll be pleased with that. Just moments ago, after playing at the ball and conceding the roll ball on the restart to North London, he's now involved at the opposite end of the field, the opposite corner as well, and gets a 1-point score to level things up once again, 4-4.
That was a very nice piece of play. I'm not sure how many sets of hands it went through, but it went through one side and then back down the other, and then an overs play out to the winger. He must have been close to the touchline, but did well.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about those missed tags being the difference sometimes between the London teams and the regional ones. That was a London missed tag.
Got one back there, yeah. It's just the years of experience of playing tag often makes the difference defensively, but some good rugby skill in this Bristol team, so they look the goods.
Moore not able to get round the outside of Blake there. Wilkes pass a little bit behind McDermott, but he deals well with it, goes for the kick, and that has bounced perfectly. Good tag made by Sawyer, involved defensively now. Very flat line on the left from North London, forces what was nearly a forward pass.
I think it was. Yeah, it was a forward pass. Yeah.
And it's very lucky Moore was where he was. Otherwise, Keeley was going to be the massive beneficiary of that with a breakaway try. I don't think he would have been caught with the North London players having to turn and burn there. This time it's Austin that is penalised. Possession lost for Bristol. Halfway line now that North London start from.
North London lucky to survive that. That was it just had intercept written all over it.
It did, and just scrappy play from both sides right now. They need to take a breath, reassert some control here, get through their sets. Keeley, Blake runs into a mob of defenders. Austin does the same and attempts to get through with the kick. He does retain possession.
Doesn't look like it was again. Oh, don't kick that.
Yeah, not the right option there for Bristol. Not when they had tags remaining in the set.
Yeah, you're just going a bit too natural as well. I think if you want to put short kicks in, you've got to be going straight or have someone running onto it. And it didn't seem to be either option.
No. Wilkes finds O'Donnell. First time we've seen him in this match. Irvine looking for the 50-10. Oh, it's just held up too much on the surface there. Irvine does well to chase his own kick and make the tag on Bawani Wright.
It was a good idea by Irvine. If you miss when you go after the 50-10s down, you pin them down in the corner. So now I think we're on tag 3 and Bristol's still coming off their line.
Yeah, though of course it's a higher risk play than it previously was. Their ball kicked dead over the try line would give a 7-tag set to the defending team starting on their 10-metre line. Not played out there by North London. And so they will take over.
Yeah, Bristol trying to repeat the favour with the long kick, but it just didn't come off the boot very well.
Wilkes, quick hands from Irvine. Oh, a lovely step. And this is going to be a score from Patrick Smith. 5-4 now, North London. And again, just a little bit of individual skill to twist the hips and get away from the defenders.
Yeah, good footwork from Smith. He just sort of was going one way, changed direction quite nicely. Defender was off balance and he found a hole straight through.
We get an opportunity to see it on the replay again.
Yeah. Very nice feet.
Oh, well taken
good kick
by Angus O'Donovan. Came off his chest and he just got his hands out to avoid the spilt ball.
Yeah, it was a difficult one to handle. It was a good kick off right down at the sort of 50-10 pocket. missed the sideline there.
Yeah, another one over the line. Exactly the kind of error you want to avoid when you are behind on the scoreboard and chasing the game. Lovely interlinking play by McDermott and Wilkes, and that ball just bounces up perfectly for Wilkes. I mean, he really had to put the brakes on to avoid overrunning it and reach up above his head, but he's done spectacularly well. And that's not just a try, it's a 2-pointer. And all of a sudden, North London go into a 7-4 lead. They were 3-1 down at one point in this game, remember. Yeah. Now 2 scores in a row, the second of them a box through Nick Wilkes. That's his hat-trick for the game.
That was absolutely brilliant by Nick Wilkes. I mean, they were running a switch play, and he's caught the ball, and he almost in one motion put it on his foot, dinked it through. Absolutely nothing the defence can do about that in that situation, and regathered quickly enough to get it down on the box. So he still would have been okay if he'd scored out the back of the box. That would have been 1, but he managed to get it in the box to make it 2.
Yeah, as you say, it's just that one movement from the catch down with the ball onto his boot, with how close he was to the try line. Yeah. It's an exceptional piece of skill.
That reminded me of a fella called Mark Lee that used to play over here for a couple of years. He was an Aussie guy, played for his Australian national team. He was the best I've ever seen at catching the ball and dropping it on his foot in one motion whilst hitting a hole, and that was almost as good. So it's absolutely brilliant.
Have you scored many like that yourself, Al?
No, I've dreamt of scoring tries like that. Try my best to impersonate, but don't think I've done any like that, no.
Damiao Abayo does really well there defensively, not only with the pickup, but then to beat the defender. North London take over after Bristol go through a set of 6. 4 minutes left in this one, and a 3-point margin now. Bristol with all the work to do. They'll be disappointed to find themselves in this position. We had real control of this game in the early stages.